What's up? Good morning, everybody. We are here, day 2 of our Show Your Heart Out series, open horse show, virtual horse show. What's going on? Hopefully you guys enjoyed day 1. I'm Jeremy LaRose. I will be your judge for today. I'll be hopefully coaching you guys through what I look at, and it can be an eye-opening experience for you as we judge these classes live and give these exhibitors feedback on their patterns. So it's a not only judge experience, but it's a learning experience. Hopefully everybody comes away with a better appreciation for how hard this is to judge and how much we cheer for our exhibitors, right? I want everybody to do well. I want to see great patterns. Hopefully we see some today. We're going to start off with showmanship this morning. We have quite a bit of showmanship left. We have children's, senior, couple other, what do we have? We have children's showmanship. We have novice, senior, and senior showmanship and open showmanship. So 13, 17, 12. We have quite a few in these classes, 8. So we'll see some good showmanship today. We've got some good patterns lined up. I have not watched these, so you will be watching them with me for the first time. So hopefully we see some really good patterns, see some good exhibitors. We saw some great horses yesterday. Was really excited about those. And hopefully we learned something today. Awesome. Good morning. Good morning, Naomi, Sharon, Barb, Tracy, Ashley, Pam, Kathy, Dawn, Kimberly. What's up, guys? All over the world. We got people from Perth, Australia watching this. So everybody that submitted their patterns this time, you guys get a global audience. So maybe for the first time in history, we get a global audience, right? All right, so we can get started here. I have all of them loaded up for the children's showmanship. So the children's open showmanship, so this will be the next level of exhibitor. If you guys want, I could probably add a title to the top of this to show what class we're on, since we have so many to go through. If that helps you guys stay organized. I know you don't have an order to go back home, so don't know if that helps or not, but for us to watch later back, maybe that helps. Anyway, feel free to ask questions, ask comments in the chat here. I have it pulled up on my other monitor. We can kind of go over and hopefully answer questions and solve problems for you guys at home. Maybe not horse training specific problems, but if you have questions relating to why I make the decisions that I do, I would happily give my justification for them to you guys. So for every pattern that we have pulled up here, we'll not only judge them, but we will hopefully offer some suggestions as to how we can get our horses to behave better or make improvements to our patterns. Or if we have an exemplary pattern, we can say, this is what we're looking for. Nice job, guys. So, awesome. Very good. Let's get started here. We've got one children's showmanship lined up. We'll work from the back forward this time. We'll do the last first. So here's going to be our pattern for today. We are looking at the children showmanship, children and senior. So this will be for like the open, not necessarily novice, but open children, open senior. Hopefully a little higher class of exhibitor. We start seeing some positive scores rather than just hoping that we don't get negatives, right? So as you move up in the divisions, the competition is going to get a little bit stiffer. So we're going to start at A. We're going to trot from A to B. We're going to stop at A or B, back halfway to A, do a 270, trot to the judge, stop, do a 90, and trot away. So 3 different trot offs here. Right, so we're definitely testing that exhibitor's ability to really push that horse up into the trot. We want to make sure that you guys are dancing together well. And then we have the back to 270, which if you guys did this pattern is pretty challenging to be able to back all the way to the judge, do a 270 and trot this line so that this line stays very straight. So that'll be the challenge in this pattern is, does your horse move off with you? We test that 3 times. And then do we have the exhibitor's ability to plan in the arena how we back even to the judge? Some of these patterns are going to be hard to see that depending on where the camera's set up, depending on how we did that. But hopefully we get to see it in some patterns where the judge is here and we can see them back even to us and trot straight to us. So that should be exciting to see. I'm really, really eager to see how you guys handle this pattern. One of my favorite types of patterns where you have to back even to something, because I love that degree of difficulty that we add to it. So we'll go here. I'll have my judging score sheet up. We'll name this one and we'll go Brandon. We'll try to move through a little bit faster today. Probably look at taking a lunch break. We'll go till 5 o'clock today. Maybe take a lunch break and then a little snack break, little drag break halfway through. When we switch gears, probably between classes. So we'll try to get through as much showmanship as we can this morning. I'll try to judge them as I go so it moves a little bit faster than we did yesterday. Otherwise, we're going to be at this for weeks. So we have lots of entries to go through, and we want to get to see some riding stuff. So, all right, we'll get started. So right away, we kind of always want to take a peek at our exhibitor here. Does our exhibitor look ready, right? Do they look prepared? Do we have that bend in our elbows so this exhibitor gets her arms a little bit straight? I'd like to see a little bit more confidence, a little bit more like bend in our elbows, keep those arms bent 90 degrees or so from your elbows. So this arm gets a little bit straight for me. So not going to pick up any points there for me, but now we look down a little bit. So I do want to see your eyes stay up so you can see where her eyes drop down as she goes through here. So I'd like to see her eyes stay up. And we can always watch that line of your hat, right? That's the telltale factor is that line of your hat. So we always want to make sure that our hats are crisp and clean because that's going to make a big difference, right? A good stop into a nice smooth back up. I do like that. Good horse backs easily, stays with her. I do like that a lot. It was cautious, but it wasn't causing a problem. It didn't slow down too much, so we'll take it. A good pivot, but I would like to see her close her pivot all the way, right? So she kind of leaves that pivot wanting a little bit. She kind of closes it early. Wouldn't mind seeing someone go all the way, right? These feet could end up all the way over. So that horse finishes, your feet should stop perfectly perpendicular to them, right? So if you're stopping and you're not perfectly perpendicular, then you're probably not turning all the way, right? If you turn all the way, you're gonna be perpendicular here, right? You pivot through there, you end up perpendicular again right here, okay? So making sure that you finish that pivot all the way through. So we do end up being a little bit under pivoted there, which makes this line have to be a little bit crooked, right? So she comes to our judge a little bit crooked through here. Definitely hard. Okay, so now we see where the judge was standing, right? So the disadvantage of a camera, right, and not having a wide angle is it looked like she should be coming straight to the camera, but we have an actual ring steward standing here that's not filming, so our film cameraman is slightly off to the side of the ring steward. So now with that in mind, we can go back through and see that maybe she should have backed a little bit further and her pivot was fine, right? Because she does trot a fairly straight line to our judge. So maybe backing just another step or two would have gotten us there, right? So we didn't quite back halfway. Good, Heather, so glad. And that's where we kind of said like patterns are a snowball, right? You have that momentum. And an error back here makes this funny, right? So it doesn't give you enough time to plan, or it doesn't let you execute that pivot correctly. So she had to underturn her pivot in order to get straight here. You're gonna take a deduction either way. You kind of have to decide, does my horse back better or does it pivot better? If it pivots better, I'm gonna take less back up, take my deduction there, right? Because maybe it doesn't back up well in the first place, and I would take a bigger deduction if I tried to keep backing, right? This horse to me backs and pivots well, so we're gonna have to just say that she didn't back as far as she should have, but the 270 was fine and the trot off was fine, right? Horse trots off well, 270 executed well, maybe not gaining a lot of points, but certainly not losing any either. So here, would have liked to have seen this exhibitor fix this back up, or this back leg set up, right? We kind of get a little bit tight right back here. Wouldn't mind seeing her pull this leg forward, push it back in, and get this width the same between the two, right? Crossover, very clean, very crisp. Again, I don't want to notice you here, right? So the fact that this exhibitor is not just detracting from the showing part of or the halter part of your showmanship, I do like that a lot. A little bit funny twist right there and a little pop with her feet, something that just kind of takes your eye away from the overall performance. So again, we see this same kind of thing where I'd like to see her finish this pivot before she moves off, right? I don't feel like this horse had his feet completely set before she trotted off. So he's still kind of in motion here. He's still got that leg. It was supposed to take a step up to close this pivot, and she's already moving off, right? So I do want to see her close that pivot all the way, which would make that trot off a lot cleaner, right? We've seen this a couple times now where you go to do that trot off. If you just kind of leave your horse in the dust, right? She's already moved off, and this horse is still trying to pivot, right? His leg is still in the air trying to go this way, and now he has to redirect it and go that way. So that's the real advantage to closing your pivot. That horse can settle his feet, and then you can gather him up and move off with him, right? So we've seen this a couple times. I'm sure we'll see it again later today as we watch more of these patterns. Super common mistake, right? Just finishing that pivot all the way before you move off will avoid this situation where now she's dragging that horse along, right? So getting that full pivot to your trot off will let you earn some points there. So we are going to take a slight deduction there because we just didn't have that horse moving up with us, right? Would love to see this horse trot off. I don't want to see the exhibitor leading the horse like this, right? Like we kind of end up being way ahead of him. A nice pattern though, really well executed in the inspection here. Do like the way that you're crisp across there. I would love to see this kind of showmanship, this position the whole way through your pattern, right? when we talk about where your arms should be, we don't have a specific place in mind with where they should be. I just want to see them stay there the whole time, right? So if we said that your arms are here, as long as you stay here the whole time, that's your individual style, right? Depending on the height of how long this is right through here, how long your torso is, how long your forearms are, that position is going to change a lot. But that being said, if it changes a lot through your pattern, I can just say, well, you don't have a style, right? It's not so much a style choice at that point. It's more of we just need to be sharper in our showmanship. If your arms stay here the whole time, doesn't bother me a bit. If your arms stay here the whole time, doesn't bother me a bit. If this hand's out here and this hand's back here, whatever, as long as these change in this zone, doesn't affect me either way. I just want to see you stay there consistently, right? So the consistency is the key. That's what makes it your confident style of showmanship. So I would love personally to see her arms stay in this type of position the whole time, because I like the bend in her arm there. We get a little bit straight here, but she does a nice job. Good, good. Her outfit fits nice. She's got good, clean lines. Obviously, no show clothes required for this show, but we can just make a comment about the way she's dressed, right? She's dressed clean. She's dressed nice lines. I don't want to see anything that fits poorly. Doesn't so much matter the quality of your hat as long as it's shaped well, right? And like we said, one of the disadvantages to having wearing a cowboy hat in a pattern is that as a judge, I can watch this line of our hat, and you see where this line dips, right? Whenever you have a profile view, you can see this line. If my eyes are down, you see that really change. If your eyes are up, you see that change a ton, right? So we don't have to necessarily look at where you're looking. We can watch the line of your hat, and we can see it drop pretty severely there, and then pick back up, and then maybe come down again up here, right there, right? So the hat goes back down to level right there. It goes down a little bit more. So just keep that in mind. Do I like to see exhibitors stay in the quarter until the judge nods them off? Yes. Yep. So I would say that you're going to want to wait for that judge to give you the go-ahead when you come over here. And obviously we can't see what this judge does, I don't think. Yeah, so she's moving before he's set, which says to me, like, you don't know if he's not crossed yet. And technically, she's not going to cross back over until he crosses that quarter line, right? So she would stay on this side until he goes all the way across. Yep, good point. Cool, very good. So we have this one next. And again, so like, and this is probably a limitation of an online horse show, right, where we're filming. Yeah, your hat does tell on you. So this is probably a limitation of an online horse show, right, where once you push the record button, and we do this a lot, this is open children. So regular children's showmanship. We did novice yesterday. So the disadvantage to an online horse show, you're pushing the record button, right? And it takes a minute for it to start recording. It takes just a few seconds. So here we go back to the front of the pattern. Jennifer, this is the Show Your Heart Out virtual horse show. We go to the very front of this pattern, and we already see that she's in motion, right? So I would want to see someone settled right back there. Obviously, we can't know for certain what happened right there. Probably what happened is they pushed the record button as they said go, right? And then you just don't get that exhibitor standing still. So kind of hard to judge that. Just something to keep in mind as we go through and judge these. I would love to see you guys like push the record button, settle a minute, take your time, let me see you cross over, let me see you ready, so I can make a judgment call about this exhibitor's overall like presence at that cone, right? Your initial impressions, you get one chance to make a first impression, right? So your initial impression is huge. I can tell a lot about whether this is a pattern that's going to wake me up and it's going to draw my attention to it, or if it's a pattern that maybe is going to be lacking in a lot of areas based on how you stand at that first cone, right? I want to see an exhibitor that's proud of their horse, stands there with good presence at the first cone. Yeah, a little bit of music here. Get shut down by YouTube. She gets a little bit lean forward here through her trots. The trot off, the horse was pretty smooth through it, but she does lean forward a little bit. It gets her shoulders dropped down. So you see that horse moves off pretty willingly. It doesn't have the pleasant expression that we'd like to see. Again, that's not necessarily like a make or break deal, but obviously it does pick up points, and that horse has a happy expression, looks through the halter. But this break in our line is probably the more severe penalty here, that we end up leaning forward through that. Part of that is because we start on our toes, right? So I personally, as a trainer, tell my exhibitors to start off on their heels. If you keep your heels up, right, when you step off, keep your toes up, stay on your heels, you're going to step off and you're going to be leaning back already. So it's going to avoid that situation where you start off on your toes and you're leaning forward, okay? Good. A good trot off, a little bit of a dribbly stop there, not going to pick up any points there. Not going to lose any points, but we could stop harder. Hopefully we do get to see a little bit of a better trot through there. Horse does pivot on the wrong foot. Whoops, we can go back. Watch that back. So you see where his horse does slide his foot around, kind of doesn't really pick it. There you go, picks pivot foot. So that's backing through your turn, right? Would ideally like to see our horse hold this right hind. He does hold a pivot foot, it's just the incorrect one. So we'd like to see him hold that right hind, makes it a forward turn, right? It's like always stepping forward around the right as opposed to the right backing through our turn. So we have just a little bit too much backup through our pivot there. Anytime you have a horse that backs to its turn, if you pull that horse forward, it's going to have to step up into its turn rather than backing through its turn. Good, she does close her pivot nice there. Horse does move off. Again, we'd like to see that pleasant expression, but kind of a tight set pattern here, so we didn't have much room to trot. That certainly adds the degree of difficulty to the pattern. But we'd like to see it drive all the way, right? So it kind of died out before she got there. We could certainly say that I would like to have seen her drive all the way. We don't have a chain on our horse here, so we're not going to get that kind of crispness in our trots, but the pivot itself was good other than pivoting on the wrong foot. I do like to see this horse moving accurately through there. She does move evenly, right? And she goes through and she turns around and that horse is actively setting up, right? I don't mind seeing someone actively hunt a good setup as long as the horse is actively moving, right? If you turn around and you're hunting a good setup but your horse stops moving, that makes it tricky, right? And we kind of see a little bit of indecisiveness here when she goes to set up. She thinks about moving this foot, still thinking, and then we just decide to own it, right? So at some point, you want to be able to make that decision a little bit faster to say, hey, this is where I want to be. I'm going to own this. Maybe we can't see it. We see that they are just a little bit off from this vantage point. But we do have good presentation here. We've got good confidence, good lines, standing up pretty well. So here we need to be crossing over. Again, it's hard to judge because I think that this exhibitor, maybe next time in the rules, we kind of specify in the pattern that the ring steward is going to move off to the left or the right first. So in this example, the ring steward moves off to the right, which makes it a little bit trickier for our exhibitor because if she moves off to the right, and we even kind of see that, right, where she's like, wait, where are you going? We kind of see she starts off this way, and our exhibitor's like, wait, what? Where are you headed? So in that situation, the exhibitor move across and then back across immediately. You probably wouldn't even have time to get both of your feet like set down and wait before you cross back over because these happen pretty quickly. Given the format of this horse show and that we have it differentiating between the two patterns, we're not going to really fault her for that because her crossovers would be more challenging than the other patterns, right? So we want to come back over across here. She does, and then we got to move over right away. We're a little late. She does, and then we're a little late here. Okay, so we stayed there. So we can fault her for that one, right? Because she should have come over here as that judge crossed into her space. So she got a little tripped up in her inspection, got a little messed up in her quadrants there. So looking back on that for future reference, when our ring steward comes across onto our side, we always want to give that judge a clear picture, a clear view of our horse, right? So as we come around there, she would want to move out of the way so the judge can examine the horse, right? This is the inspection for the horse. This is showmanship at halter, right? So we talk about this class, the showmanship portion for me is out there dancing with your horse and doing all the maneuvers. The halter portion of this class is right here. So this is where, as a halter guy, right? I love the halter class. If you guys watched yesterday, we spent a lot of time on it. It's one of my favorite classes. So the halter portion of this class, this is where I want to see that horse like come up, look through the bridle, kind of get that bird dog look, and see an exhibitor really start showing that horse a little bit, right? Get your arms up, be proud of that horse, and kind of just add an air of showmanship to it, right? An air of halter showmanship to it, right? So I certainly don't want to see someone pull their horse's head down and critique that, but we do get a little tripped up. So as she crosses this shoulder right here, we would want to come back across, and then we would be standing here, which means as she crosses that hip, we'd move back over with her. And then as she crosses this shoulder here, we'd be standing over there, we'd move back across. So we do end up in the opposite quadrants of where we want to be. So unfortunately, we are going to take a penalty there. And then what I always tell my exhibitors to do is check hock, eye, judge when you cross over. So when you make a step, hock, eye, judge. if for the only reason being we could avoid this situation where that horse's head gets out of position, kind of gets distracted. If you were checking hock eye, you would recognize that, be able to pull that horse's head back in line so it stays with you through the whole pattern. I don't want to see necessarily the big head nod here. I just think it's kind of distracting. Again, not a big deal like the big boom. You could just like little head nod would be fine, or just keep moving, right? Just keep moving through. I know it's a little bit awkward sometimes that you nod, but or that you don't do anything, but I just think that detracts from your lines a lot, right? If I was a judge, and again watching that hat telling you it's a big move when you do this, right? And it's just kind of distracting. Pivot is good again, so that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, where we said that this horse backs to its pivots, right? If you watch where she moves her hand, you see where she's pulling back into this horse's midline. She's pulling this way, right? If this is her horse's body, she's pulling this way, which is why our horse backs this right hind through her pivots, right? So she's holding her back. So this horse doing exactly what our exhibitor tells her to do. We could probably change that by pulling that horse forward through its pivots so it would get its weight and its leg going forward, get its weight on its right hind. Horse draws trot off really well. I do like the way she moves off. She does get a little bit loose from that exhibitor. Gets a little bit disconnected at the very end. You kind of see that this line gets tight. Head kind of heads off. I think that horse was thinking about turning right because she's approaching a wall here. So that horse kind of heads off the other direction. And we end up pulling ourselves out of our showmanship position. Okay, so thinking about that trot line, I always want your showmanship to remain here. Okay, if your showmanship changes from this position, that horse is probably pulling you off. I don't want you to deviate and get pulled away like this when you're doing your showmanship, okay? So anytime that horse doesn't move up with you willingly, it's gonna be pulling your arm and leaving you out back there, okay? But a good pattern overall. Some things to fix for certain, some things we'd like to see, but I do like the way she trots off. She's very good, very accurate about that. See, that horse just moves right up. That's what I like to see. Awesome job. Kind of a funny name for this one, 9F841884. And this is gonna be Jennifer. Haley Bittner. We have a much bigger horse here than some of the other ones that we've seen, so we're gonna have to take that in consideration. It does look like they set their pattern a little bit wider for this horse, which is fine for me in this format. Obviously, in a normal horse show, the pattern would be set one specific dimension, right? And no matter how big your horse was, you'd have to get through it. That being said, as a judge, I am going to give consideration to the fact this horse is huge, right? So it's going to be a little bit harder for it to make tight moves. So kind of an awkward crossover there. We kind of get like long steps. That happens because you're too far behind your horse's nose, right? So I want to see, it would be much better for you to stay out in front of your horse's nose and move across like this because you don't have to move very far. When you start off right back here, back behind their head, you have to go a long way around that horse. And we kind of see that here where she has to take these huge steps, right? Kind of awkward steps across there. And it is a big horse. Does trot off really well. I do like the way she trots. She keeps her upper body really tight and a good stop. We'll mute this. Good. So a little bit awkward crossover, but she does trot really well, so we'll call that credit earning. Back is fairly clean. It slows down a little bit. We do end up kind of buried, and again, it does change our position, right? So thinking about how you want to do your showmanship, always keep that arm out in front. Even when you back up, that horse should be moving willingly across there, right? So if you get pinched up or you get like this, it's because your horse is not moving backwards. If he was actually moving, it wouldn't take our showmanship and do this to us. So like I said, I don't want to see your showmanship change. Your horse shouldn't change your showmanship. So your position should always be here, and that horse should move backwards willingly. We see that she gets crossed into her body, so that horse just doesn't move his shoulders as clean as he should. And we end up kind of pushing him backwards. We do get the advantage of being the judge this time, so now we'll be able to really critique that line. Does she come through this pretty cleanly? Horse doesn't hold a pivot foot. Looked like he wanted to, but then he kind of stepped out. So it's all about maintaining weight, right? Where's that horse's weight going? We want him to bear it all on his right hind. So going along right there, keeping that weight on that right hind and really bearing weight on that so he pivots around it. So we overturn just a little bit. We kind of have our eyes looking at our horse right here instead of on our line. So that would be why, right? As you come around through this pivot, would like to see, like here, we close our feet, and this is a good opportunity. You close your feet and then look towards the judge, right? Look out over there towards the judge so that you have a good line to go through there. And then Kathleen, if you have, if someone from my group wants to send you the Google Forms link from our training discussion group, that would work really well for that. So yeah, so we have our eyes down here. So then we end up kind of hooking this line, kind of get a little bit lost through here, and then we pick our eyes up and now we can come straight to the judge. A good stop here. Horse does toss his head a little bit. Maybe could have given him a little bit more room off the chain to give him a little bit more time to decide what he has to do. That way he can work more off your body. We do have a lot of extra footwork here. I like to see a horse, like I said, for the one horse that did the inspection, or the setup really well, I like to see an exhibitor that holds their feet and then the horse sets up around them. So we kind of see this exhibitor willing this horse to move, right? She's like, please move your feet. By moving hers, we see these kind of extra steps, right? And again, I just don't want to notice you, right? So you see this little wiggle in her hips and she kind of steps around. I don't want to notice you. I want, when you step back and confidently show your horse, that to be the only time that your feet move. So that would be so we're just talking about the difference between like maybe a 0 for an inspection or -0.5 versus a +3, right? There's that range that you can go up to. If we go -3 to +3 is our range, if we want to pick up the maximum amount of points possible, I want that horse to be freely setting up, that exhibitor confidently just feet placed in one spot, then step back and show your horse. That would be more of the plus range versus taking a 0 or a -0.5 here. So again, we kind of want to step out away from this horse. So you see that same kind of thing that we talked about, where we come around there. And we saw this earlier in the pattern where she started out a little bit behind her horse. You see the same thing here where she's maybe just a little bit too far behind his head, which is why we have to get this kind of bend in our body. So our shoulders and our hips are no longer facing the same direction. So we end up kind of over twisting. So our hips are pointed this way and our shoulders are pointed this way. If she steps back away from her horse, she can be more comfortably looking over her shoulders over her shoulder and keep her shoulders faced towards her horse and just look out over the judge, right? So anytime you have to twist this line, your body gets broken like this, where your shoulders and your hips end up facing a different direction, kind of ends up in an awkward position. And then this arm has to cross in front of our body, right? So she's showing like this because she's twisted, right? If she stepped back, that would bring that arm out in front of her and then she would maintain this position the entire way through the pattern. So something to think about. And then I just anticipate that she has to make these big moves across here because of what we saw earlier, right? Yeah, so we end up really far back behind him, and that's why his head gets pulled off, right? So she's really far back behind his throat latch, which ends up pulling him because she doesn't have much line out there. So because her chain is pretty short, something that we notice in the stop, right? When she comes across there, she ends up pulling his head just a little bit off. And then, like I said, just making sure that you stay out in front of his nose, right? If you draw a line across his nose and just work that line, then you don't have to worry about any of those problems and it solves all of it for you. We do lose grip on the chain right there. Probably not something that you would notice in a regular horse show because things would happen a lot faster, but we have the advantage of replay. Make sure that you stay tight to the chain. We see a little bit of like fiddling with that as she comes across. So something to keep in mind. The horse did shake its head as we go across there, but you see we're kind of fiddle that line. She was pretty smooth about it, but we have the advantage of being able to replay, right? So we have that. So a little bit better crossover this time than we saw in some of the other ones. We do that 90 when we come around here. I do like how she kind of like gives him a chance to settle. He still had that foot in motion, so we still haven't seen that really crisp pivot into trot off. Hopefully we see that a little bit later today, that we get someone that really comes across there. But we want to see someone that really moves up. Good. I do like the way he trots off. They do move together really good. And we saw that in the first trot line. See the same kind of thing here. She stays up in her body, a good presentation, sends that horse forward. The horse moves willingly. I do like the way that she trots a lot. So the only big place that we lost points in this pattern was in this pivot, right? We just didn't hold a pivot foot. 270 on a big horse, kind of tricky, right? We do end up kind of switching feet here. We were right hind and now we're gonna be left hind. And again, just making sure that you settle your feet so you don't get lost. Keep your eyes up so you can find that line so you know where you're 270 to, right? But a good job, Haley. So Ellie McAllister is going to be next. And this is Remington Ticket. So here we do get to see, so I do like to see this this exhibitor standing still. However, we are on the wrong side of our judge, right? So if we're thinking about the judges on this side of our horse's nose, we want to start this pattern on the opposite side and then cross back over, right? So we are kind of in a weird spot for this pattern. Thinking about where your judge is, where your ring steward is, we want to be starting on this side of our horse. Judge gives you the go ahead, you cross back over and then move off into your trot. So we are going to take a penalty there. We do get a little bit of bobble through that trot off. Would like to see this horse move willingly into that. We kind of see that head pop as we come into that trot off. Certainly would like to see that horse move forward a little bit more willingly than that. Does stop well. Accurate stop, a good backup, right? This horse really tucks its hinds, keeps its neck flat. A really good backup, actually. Really good backup. So we're going to give a +1.5 for that, because that is actually very, very accurate. Good, so I do like the way that she comes out of this. We're maybe a little bit overturned, but we do get a chance to settle our feet. So we see that horse holds its pivot foot really well coming through here. She finishes her turn, and then she moves off. So that's a little bit closer to what we're looking for. We do get our eyes down a little bit as we come through this line. Would like to see this lead, or this free hand stay open. Because it kind of curls into our body, it kind of pulls this shoulder down, and we kind of see that when she trots through this line, that she gets a little bit down through there and kind of falls down a little bit. So just open this hand up, right? Keep this hand open towards your side over here. It will avoid pulling that shoulder forward. You see where she gets her shoulders a little bit off for everything. Anytime my shoulders are tilted, my horse's shoulders should be tilted. So it probably will cause a lot of problems. And we see this horse and her both facing the same way, right? We're both kind of sheared off. So we trot that line kind of crooked because our outside shoulder, our free shoulder, I guess this one, is falling down across there, kind of pulling us this way across our pattern. I do like the way this exhibitor does showmanship, right? A couple extra steps here, but she does have a very crisp move across there. Very accurate again. So we have the ring steward going to the right first. Same thing we saw in the second pattern that we watched. A little bit trickier way to do that. We would love to see a more consistent standard, so we're not going to falter too much as long as she gets her quadrants right. Good, so she comes back across nice. She's a little late, but that's okay. This one's very crisp. This exhibitor has very good lines across her inspections. I do like the way that she does this. Looks confident. A couple extra steps right there. Maybe we don't get fully settled as we come across here. So again, we're kind of moving, right? And we can't see our ring steward to know where she is. But I just feel like given the time where she was in space, that maybe we didn't get all the way across there before she moves off. So we come around, a little bit of a bend in our neck right there. We kind of punch over the hand, right? We talked about that before, where you're punching across there. We don't necessarily want to punch our horse because that puts a bend in our neck. So you see her kind of lead with her thumb into that horse right here, right? And actually is the free hand that she led with. So she got her free hand a little bit too far forward, kind of led with that. That puts the bend in our horse's neck, which doesn't keep his body straight from his tail to his wither. Ends up kind of coming across there and being a little bit bent head to tail, which is going to cause some problems in your pivots. You see where this horse is going to have to make a big decision here. With that much bend in his body, it's super easy for him to move this leg back to straighten himself out, right? So anytime you get a lot of bend in your horse and you kind of crunch him, the tendency is going to be to move this leg back. Okay, so that's why we want to keep this horse head straight. Hopefully this horse saves her in this next step. Again, I've not watched these patterns to know, but the tendency here is going to be for this leg to slide back rather than this leg to step up. So we'll see what he does. He does save her here, so that's great. Trot off was a little sticky, but not too bad. We kind of saw that in the first trot off. That one was better than the other one, so we'll give her credit for that. But we certainly want to work on that trot off. Good, very good. Good pattern overall. Probably the biggest area of concern was this first trot off, right? We started in the wrong quadrant. So we are going to take a penalty for that. But I do love the way this horse stops and backs. We do see a really nice maneuver into that. We'll go all the way to the stop. So you guys can see her trot. So we do have a brisk moving trot here. She is going good, clean stop here. Horse stops fairly square, which leads her into a good backup. I like the willingness here. I like the movement. There's some impulsion here. Horse kind of tucks his back in. He's picking his feet up and stepping through that. So we have that good 2-beat rhythm going across there. So a big credit earning backup right there. So hopefully we see more of that in the patterns to come. Nice job, Ellie. All right, so we have Grace next. Grace and I got a girl crush. We got a little wind noise here. All right, so let's go back. We'll rewatch that. So we do get a chance to see this exhibitor for a little bit, move off into that trot. Maybe a little bit of hesitation there. Probably could have dropped that hesitation and had a more willing trot off, keeping things in motion. Horses are, they obey the laws of physics, right? And an object in motion is more likely to stay in motion. Remember that from high school. So getting this horse in motion and keeping in motion so you kind of have everything moving off is much easier than kind of getting over there, pausing, and then going off. You'll have a more accurate trot off if we get a chance to do that. So a good backup there when we come across. Good, clean, crisp backup. Maybe not as credit earning as the other. I would like to have seen her go all the way. We do get a little bit of hesitation there. Maybe she kind of decided after this step, oh, I should go a little bit further. Again, just things that kind of stick out in my mind where would like to see that horse just move willingly all the way through there. Horse does save her a bit. He gets rocked over that back end pretty hard, but a really good come out of that line. We do get our eyes a little bit distracted, a little bit down. Maybe we backed one step too far right there. Maybe we could have ended at the first, and now getting a chance to see our ring steward, we get a chance to see maybe where she thought she should have stopped is exactly where she should have, because now we end up a little bit crooked on our line coming through there, because now we're a little bit off, right? So be interested to see whether this exhibitor straightens this horse out. Okay, so we're still a little bit crooked here, maybe straight to our ring steward, but this is a product of backing too far, right? So you back too far, it makes that line a little bit crooked as you come to your judge. So if you back perfect and you come around there, now you come straight to your judge versus backing too far, doing your 180, and now you come this way to your judge, right? So that's kind of that snowball effect, right? Where the backup has affected our trot line, has now affected our inspection, right? So a little crooked coming through that trot line. So we are going to give her credit for that backup. And the stop was decent, but we've got to make sure that we get that 270 into the line a little bit better. Good, so inspection is good here. The horse does go good here. So horse is staying pretty straight, looks really square, nice and crisp lines. We do end up getting maybe a little close to his nose. Maybe we stopped a little bit too close to our ring steward. Again, I'd like to see you work across that horse's nose, so you're just moving back and forth across here. She gets a little bit too close to him, maybe got pinched up by her ring steward there coming around. That will happen sometimes, depending on where you're at. So we do have a bit of a bend in our horse's neck here. Would love to see this horse stay a little bit straighter through his pivots. Again, we're talking about that range. If we want to pick up points, we're going to see that horse stay straight and move pretty swiftly across there. So maybe in the range of -0.5 to a 0 of putting some bend in your horse's neck. Maybe we could get that horse to stay a little bit straighter in his neck and pick up more points there. Trot off was a little sluggish. Again, so maybe not earning points there, maybe not credit earning, but maybe not losing points either. Would love to see that exhibitor on horse move up willingly into that. Just gets a little bit sticky. A good clean trot off though, as far as her lines. She does stay up, maybe not as crisp as the last exhibitor, but maybe not leaning forward as much as one of the ones that we saw earlier. All right, so one thing that I want to critique here, so let's go here, and we'll call that just a 1/2. Horse stays up with her pretty nice. She's pretty good with her lines. And we can go from there. All right. Nice job, Grace. So we've got Michelle Morley next here. Sarah Morley. Let's go here, make sure my score sheet's correct. Good. All right. So we do get a chance to see this exhibitor standing still, so just making a first impression. This is a great first impression that you make right here. Lines are super crisp, good bend in our elbows, horse's ears are forward. This is what we're looking for, right? So this is going to be more of a credit earning. Now we're looking at picking up points here rather than just staying at 0. So we're going to be certainly a +1, +1.5, +2 here. Going to be in that plus range. So we've got a great first look here. So I do love the way she's set up here. So we know we're in store for a good pattern, right? So we can kind of wake up, really good trot line here. So it stays up in her shoulders. Horse kind of pushes on her a little bit through that stop, but the rest of the trot was really good. So we're gonna give her +1.5 for that trot line. I do like the way that she does that a lot. So stop right here, so horse stops a little bit pushy on her. Hopefully we see him recovering a back up, but we do get a little bit of bend in his neck, right? So anytime your horse doesn't stay straight head to tail, now we're going to have to be worried about this hip coming offline, right? We can't really see that from this position, but I do see that he has a little bit of a bend in his neck. We do get a slight glance over to the side, it looked like, coming across here. Maybe we cheat a little bit off to the side like that. I do want to see an exhibitor that can back confidently to that mark and make that pivot. So this is a weird position to come out of when you go to do your pivot to a turn, right? First time that we've really been able to critique this with any of our exhibitors. And just as a rule of thumb from a trainer perspective too, right? When you back that horse up and you go from a back to a 270, it's hard for that horse, if he's got his right hind way out in front of him like that, to not slide it as he goes to set up for his pivot, all right? So you kind of want to make sure that you back to where your horse's feet are straight, and then you start your pivot because he's got to step forward with his left hind here. So right in this situation, as he goes off, he's got to move this leg a ton and get his weight back on this right hind. All of his weight's on this left hind. So we're really counting on this horse to save us in this position. He gets all of his weight off his left hind onto his right so he can bring that left up. I will be very curious to see if this leg doesn't slide. Again, this is my first time watching. You guys have seen this live, so be very curious to see if this leg doesn't slide back so that he readjusts himself. He's almost going to have to. Yeah, so there's a slide. Yeah, so he's going to pivot on the wrong foot, right? Now he's going to change feet, and that's purely because of the way we went into that pivot from the backup, okay? So just keep that in mind when you go to show. Going from your pivot into your backup like that, you leave that leg off, and that's exactly what's going to happen, right? And that's not any fault of our horse, right? He did the best he could, just got kind of put in the wrong position by our exhibitor, so. All right. Does look like from this position we are a little bit off, and would like to see her stop right here. Don't know where our ring steward is standing yet. If our camera's off to the side, if we're here, we'll kind of determine that in here in just a minute. All right, so yeah, so our ring steward is our cameraman this time, so we are going to have to trot a little bit crooked, just backed a little bit too far, and probably more likely not that he backed too far, but just because he had to slide that leg to recover, we end up in the wrong place there. So just think about that part right there, that entire back to start the pivot has been what's affected all of this, right? So that's why I talk about these patterns have momentum to them. They're like snowballs going down a hill, and a missed mark here or a mistake back here ends up punishing us through the whole pattern, right? That'll carry through the whole way. A good setup there, really clean. He moves accurately. I wish he would kept his head straight. He does kind of look over and bump into her hand here. Yeah. So I do wish he would have kept his head straight. She does correct it though, that's good. And again, so this is kind of what I was talking about, right? So this is maybe the first time that we've been able to be the ring steward as our cameraman. So this is why I tell my exhibitors to check hawk, eye, judge, all right? Because now we're just like eyes locked on each other, and we're gonna like stalk each other the whole way around this horse, okay? So I don't want you staring down the judge. Again, it's just kind of personal preference, but I think it feels more natural for exhibitor and for me. It's not so bad when you know the cameraman, like in this situation, but when you go to a horse show and you don't know your judge, you end up kind of staring your judge down, so it gets a little bit awkward. Right, so see where we're just kind of eyes locked on us the entire time. It's a good chance to check your horse, kind of break the eye contact, break the awkwardness, and then we're not looking. We can look more confidently then, right? So again, horse kind of gets a little bit distracted over something over here. So would like to see her keep her horse's head straighter here. Again, that's the advantage of checking your hawk, eye, judge, is that when you check your horse's eye, you could fix that because you would have noticed him off to the side. Because we're making eye contact with our judge the entire time, we don't notice this happening, right? But a good inspection overall. I do like the way that she moves across. I wish he would have kept his head straight. We would have been more in that +3 range. But we do pick up some points for the way that she moves across. She's very crisp, very clean. I don't really notice her going around. Oops, we'll mute this. Good, so see the difference. This horse does know how to pivot, right? He does slide that foot around the way he's supposed to, but we just got kind of set up wrong on the backside, so that's not his fault, right? He does step a little bit long and wide with that right front. Oops, we'll back this up. Kind of got messed up there. Good. So I do like the way that she closes her pivot all the way before she moves off. Maybe a slight hesitation there. Could have seen this horse move off all the way, right? Where maybe she gets, we lose a little bit of momentum here. Okay, so see where this is where I said this right front gets a little bit off, right? He kind of steps a little bit wide. Purely look at where her feet are, right? So we talk about how if your feet are perfectly perpendicular to his body, you're done with your turn, right? If you end up a little bit further and your feet go and they're no longer 90 degrees to your arena, right? So if this wall of our barn is our reference point, do you see where the wall of the barn's like this and she's off like this now? She should have finished that pivot right here. That would have been a perfect 90. So keeping that in mind when you show as a judge, I'm going to use the arena, the walls of the arena to be my reference points. You should be stopping your 90s or your 180s, your 270s or whatever, perpendicular or parallel, right? You either want to be here parallel to your wall or perpendicular to it. If you're finishing kind of sheared off either way, we see in this example, she's right here. She's just turned too far, right? And we see that in this horse, how he has to step wide right there. We see where his body's kind of leaning off like this, as opposed to right here, okay? So remember, that's the arm of a clock, right? So if we go all the way, our feet end up right here like this, so we're connected to him the whole way. We do our pivot, we end up like that. If we go further, you see where our feet like this, and you can see that in this exhibit right here. So we just turn a little bit too far, maybe an eighth of a turn too far. So we are gonna take a slight penalty for that, but a good pivot. It's unfortunate that she got that crookedness in there. And then this line's gonna have a hard time being straight if you come out of that line crooked, right? So he's gotta come up and around back into it. Remember, he started over here facing this way. So in order to trot off this way, he's gotta come up and around and make a big move to get on that line. So that trot off can be a lot crisper if we get it that way. Good, but a good pattern overall. Nice job, sir. I do like the way you do showmanship. I like your position. I like your showiness about it. And this is fantastic, right? Your very first impression right there. This is the dream, that you have your horse's ears forward and you're right there and you're showing a lot of pizzazz at that cone. Good. All right, so we got Emma Wheatcroft here. All right. So again, we see that same kind of presentation, right? We've got good, clean lines here. Exhibitor's up, she looks confident. We maybe don't get the horse's ears forward the way we'd love to see. So maybe not the same amount of credit earning that we saw in the last one, but certainly a good first impression here. I do like the way she's up in her body, doesn't slouch, she's got her shoulders rolled back, good clean line head to toe here. So very, very nice. Moves over briskly, horse moves off nice. Would like to see that horse go first, but certainly a credit earning maneuver right here. Horse moves off, he's in motion. Really good, really solid body across there. You see there's no drama from her waist up. That's what I want to see, so I don't even notice, I don't think her ponytail bobbing. Yeah, see how solid everything is. You could carry drinks with that, right? You wouldn't spill a drop of water. So definitely credit earning there. That's going to be closer to the +2, +2.5 for me. Very, very good trot line there. A good clean backup. I like the way this horse keeps his top line steady. Maybe not the tuck that we saw in one of the other patterns, but definitely a credit earning backup where he ends up in a really good spot right there. Pivots around nice, stays straight head to toe. Very, very good, very accurate. We don't know if we're the judge of the ring steward yet, but this looks really good so far. Would like to see his leg come back in line. Good. She waited for him to settle. All right, and that's what we talk about in some of these other patterns where she waited for that horse to settle all the way before she moved off. That's what I want to see. Okay, this is a good shot here. Right? So watch that motion. Horse settles. She goes off, trot off. I like that little pause right there. Let your horse get there, and then he can move on. Right, a good clean stop right here. We're gonna give her a +1.5 for that. Setup is very nitpicky. I do appreciate this exhibitor taking the time to get it right, but I feel like our moves made a big enough difference here. We moved it maybe a quarter, maybe an eighth of an inch. So that one maybe go that, especially from this vantage point. It's very hard to tell where a horse's feet are. So the difference between maybe a +3 or a +2 in or a setup. Maybe I pick up a +1.5 right there because we could have come out of that a little bit quicker, but she does do a nice job. Again, keeping her lines good. We see her out in front of this horse's nose, so all she has to move is her head. Her shoulders stay a little bit square, more square to her horse. We don't get that awkward kind of break in our body this time. Good. Good, so we get to be the ring steward this time. So here, we're hopefully, nope, so we're still down, still kind of making that awkward eye contact. This video is a little bit blurry, so it's hard to tell, but she moves across there swiftly. She's back in her position. She knows, this exhibitor knows where her feet are supposed to go. She knows where she's supposed to be. That's what I see. Good. It's a difference between staying out in front of that horse's nose, how much more briskly you move across there, and how you don't worry about scrubbing his nose and pulling him off, right? Some earlier patterns where they got kind of buried behind their horse's nose, and they end up pulling that horse's nose apart. That's the difference, right? In front of it, you get that kind of awkward moving across there. But really good job. I really like the way this exhibitor does her showmanship. Get a little bit closer to his nose right here. Other than that, to give yourself a little bit more room on this side would be good. Certainly not anything that we're going to critique. But you see a little bit of a nose wiggle there. think about maybe I'll just take a little hand. Yeah. But fortunately he doesn't. Here again, she waits for her horse to settle before she moves off. Not much room to trot off there, kind of a narrow arena. So I do see the trot off, right? I do see her trot off. He doesn't move up into it, doesn't get to trot off very far. Some of that just the limitations of our arena. We're going to have to forgive that for this kind of format just because there's just nowhere to go. See, this is only probably a 60 wide arena, maybe even 40 wide. 60 wide looks like. So we're just going to have to do what it is, right? Normally everyone gets the same playing field, but he does trot off, right? We saw him trot off earlier, so we can only assume that he trots off well here. No pop here. He moves willingly up into it, so we're going to give her some credit for that one. Really nice job overall. This is probably our winner so far. Yeah, looking at the scores, this is our winner so far. So excellent job, Emma. You've done that's good. All right, so we have Jackie Whitler next. All right, so not quite sure what's happened. Like we should be on the other side of the horse. Judge should be over here. We'll kind of see what happens. I'm not sure where our judge and ring sword set here for this one. Looks like we're doing a different pattern. So unfortunately not gonna be able to judge this one, right, to give you a score, but we can certainly help you with what we do have here. Not quite sure what pattern we're doing, but that's okay. Right, so horse does pivot well. I do like the way he stays straight head tail. He does hold this pivot foot, especially if that's a big turn, right? So maybe we got a little mixed up as to which classes we're showing in here, but that's a good pivot. Horse moves, makes that corner really nice. Do like the way he stays up with her. We get a little bit of a head off here. That's purely just because he's not moving all the way up. If he moves all the way up with her, maybe we get that little curl of his neck out of there. This is certainly a challenging pattern, right? We've got a lot going on here. Stop to a 90. A different breed of horse. We're looking for a little different style setup. These back legs should be camped out. Front legs should be a little bit straighter. Do like the way she shows, right? She's got her arms up. She's showing this horse, showing off what she has. Moves around there nice, really crisp, really clean. Arms up the whole time, stays showing. Horse gets his ears forward. Do like the way this looks. Very good. So I like it so far. Nice. This is children's showmanship, not novice, yes. So horse moves off a little bit here. Maybe have to put a little bit too much pressure on this chain. You see where this chain gets a little angled. I personally would love to see your hand stay right here at this horse's halter, and that horse just moved his shoulders willingly because we're kind of dragging him back. We see the difference in the backups, right? He's going to slide his feet like this as opposed to stepping and really marching through that backup and getting a good 2-beat rhythm. So he's going to slide these front feet, and we see these kind of racetracks in the dirt. So getting this horse to give his shoulders up a little bit more willingly will help us back up and make that a little bit sharper experience for us, right? A good trot off does make that line really nice. So I would like to see him have a little bit more pleasant expression through that if we're looking to pick up points. Certainly not going to lose points for that because it does move off really nice. But if we're going for those big pluses, we'd love to see a little bit happier expression out of this, right? It gives us that curl just a little bit. Unfortunately, not going to be able to give you a score, but because I'm not sure which pattern we're doing here, but hopefully those tips kind of help a little bit. You did a nice job. I would have loved to have seen you done the pattern that we posted. All right. Okay, so I think that's everybody for this class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good, perfect. All right, so we can kind of put these in order. We know this one's here. Emma Wheatcroft, you were absolutely our winner here. So let's tally these up. Oops, I should do minus 0.5. 1 second while I change my scores so that my spreadsheet can score them up. So I end up with scores that are in the 87,000s like I did yesterday. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns about that class, feel free to type them up while I fix my spreadsheet here. A good class of exhibitors. Do like the way that most people did their showmanship. Some really good examples. So Emma, you really stood out among that crowd, doing a really good job there. I'm glad we got to see that, kind of see the what I'm talking about, where it can look good. I do like the way that we were able to see a wide range, right, and see some really common mistakes. So hopefully we can learn from those mistakes and come back next time and crush it in the next horse show. Right? I'm glad we had the opportunity to do all these horse shows. It's a lot of fun. All right, so we'll add 70s for everybody. Oops. All right, so we end up right here. We're gonna look at Emma Wheatcroft being our first place exhibitor. Oops, there, Emma Wheatcroft. This is a great pattern. You guys can see this. This is exactly what we're going for, right? So good, clean, crisp lines. Do like the way this horse trots off. Do like the way he stops. Could gain some points in the back up here. We saw maybe a better example of the other ones. But doing a nice job overall. Very good pattern. Very good pattern. All right, so we have Ellie McAllister being second. So we can go here. Where did that go? Here, this one's a second place horse today. This one is the example that we gave of the, or I guess we're not going to be because we're messed up here. So we are going to lose some points there. Yeah, so we have Grace here and Sarah here. So we have to decide between these two. We're going to give Sarah the placing here. She's going to be our second place horse. We do get a little bit messed up in this line where we get a little bit off here and then just kind of messing up that pivot a little bit. But we're kind of in the realm of still kind of executing the pattern. I guess this is going to be here. Executing that pattern a little bit more effectively, right? Where we get these horses holding feet the way we want to. Right, this one slides his foot too. So we kind of end up in these situations where it's like, okay, now we have to decide which one was a greater penalty, right? Ideally, everybody puts together a clean pattern and we can kind of go through and say, all right, everybody's got clean patterns now. Who executed the best? But now we have to kind of get to where, okay, is this a bigger penalty than this? Where does this end up? And you're getting more into the judge's discretion. Given that this horse slides his foot and doesn't really hold his pivot foot, we're going to pick up a big deduction here versus Grace here. Oops. So now it's like, okay, is starting on the wrong side a worse penalty than doing this or doing this, right? Getting our quadrants wrong. I wish that all three of these exhibitors had done the pattern where we want to be, because that certainly would have helped a lot, right? Yeah, so let's kind of look here. Just want to double check this horse's pivot to see how we did here. Yeah, so we were wrong foot. And that's always the hard part, right? Like we end up with a bunch of patterns that kind of had just the same kind of bubbles in them, where it gets just kind of tricky. We double check this score. Okay. And this to me is the hardest part to judge, right? Like we have a bunch of patterns. Maybe this exhibitor doesn't execute the pattern as crisply as some of the other guys, but she does do the pattern the way it's designed, right? She does do everything that we asked for. So it's just always such a hard situation. You see like the internal deliberation, right? I want everybody to do as good as they can. Unfortunately, we are going to have to make some decisions today, right? So let's go with, we're going to go Emma first, right? This is our clear winner. This one execute the pattern correctly and add some flavor to it, right? So judge, I want to see someone that can execute the pattern correctly and add some flavor to it. I love the way Sarah does showmanship, but those mistakes are going to cost her some points here. So on a given day, right, if we don't end up with that little mistake right there, maybe we're up towards the top of this class, but in this time we're going to be a little bit lower. So we're going to end up with a big deduction there. So even with this -3 penalty, right, for this this foot slide, still going to end up being our third place horse. Yes. Oh, I hate this part. I hate trying to sort these out when you have mistakes like that. So Emma's gonna be higher up. So we're here. Emma's going to be our fourth. So Emma Wheatcroft first. Ellie McAllister is going to be second. 5 names. Yeah, and I don't love it, right? Like I would love to have seen Ellie come across there, but or Grace can be second. Grace, Ellie, Sarah, Emma, Grace, Emma, Ellie, Grace, Ellie, Sarah. Let's organize these. I'm doing it live, right? This is what you guys wait for in the show, right? You guys have the pause for placings, and we're waiting out there. We're sweating in the class. What we're doing, sorting these out. We get to do it live this time. Tricky because we have these names that are fun. All right, so here's our going to be final placings here. We've got Emma Wheatcroft. Grace is going to be our second place horse. Ellie McAllister is going to be our third place horse. Sarah Morley is going to be our fourth place horse. Emma Brandon's our fifth place horse. Haley Bittner is going to be our sixth place horse. And Trisha Bush, whichever one this one is, going to be our seventh place horse. And then our bringing up the rear with unfortunately a 0 score on this one, but a nice job overall. Wish we could have seen this horse in the same pattern as the rest of these guys. But so our final placings, again, I don't love it, right? Like I wish we would have the same kind of clean patterns to judge from, but that's kind of how it falls today. We can kind of go from there. And Kirsty, do you want to put these in now or do you want me to put them in later? Either way, because I always just kind of keep these up and then I can just minus it and we can look at it again. No, I go pretty fast. All right, so let's move on to novice senior showmanship. We've got 13 entries in this class. We'll move these over here. Load these up. Oops. "13 entries, this will be a big class. Oops. All right. Okay, so novice senior showmanship. So this is going to be our, I think this is 19 and over, 18 and over, something like that. So our not our youth anymore. We'll do these showmanship and then we'll go on to the English stuff. All right, or maybe we'll do all the youth stuff because it's all kind of organized that way. Let's do that. Let's do the youth stuff first, and then we'll finish up with the amateur stuff maybe this afternoon. All right. Let's see some riding, huh? Let's go here. Let's go with the English pleasure first. We've seen a lot of showmanship and halter. We'll judge all the youth stuff first, and then we'll judge the amateur stuff. Or the senior stuff probably this afternoon. We should be able to get through this morning. All right, so English pleasure. So this is going to be a little bit different format, right, than we're used to. For the first time ever, the judge gets to see a horse the entire time around the pen, which is going to be a disadvantage to our exhibitors, but we do have the advantage of being able to take more than one video, right? So we do have that specific advantage. So getting our horses to where they'll behave while the judge is staring at you is not really something you have to worry about in a regular class, because normally like the class would look like this, right? Everybody's going the same direction, preferably. We're all going and we can just kind of do this. This is what the judge gets to see, right? So depending on the number of horses in the class, we don't get nearly as much time to look at them as we might think. So this is exactly what it would feel like in a horse show for a judge, is you got to kind of just look over, examine your horse, say, okay, I do like it, like the way the horse walks, like the horse walks, didn't see the transitions on some of these other guys, right? So that's, keep in mind, that's how it goes, okay? For judging this show, I'm going to watch them all individually as much as I can. Probably watch some transitions and make sure everybody gets other transitions good, and try to watch as much as I can, but probably not going to watch them all the way through, as that's not the way a regular horse show would go, right? So we'll just make some notes on it. Do like the way this horse walks, nice free walk, good level top line, stays down in the bridle nice. Exhibitor looks like well. I do like the way he's going around, right? So we're going to give him a credit earning walk right there. Do like the way he walks. We'll go back to this one. So here we see a little bit different style. This horse got his head up a little bit higher. We kind of have some slack right there. Maybe the horse got some room to kind of play around. So not going to be our lead walker in this class, right? So we have a good example of a great walk right through there. So this, we'll call this, let me load this up. Children's English. Let's make a score sheet. All right. So we're going to give Emma a +2 for the walk, right? We're going to be up there looking good for the walk. We're going to give Sarah, just going to zero this out, right? We're not, maybe not the ideal walker. And then we'll be here. I like the way this horse walks a little bit better than we saw in Sarah's, right? We got that free flowing walk. Maybe not quite as big a picture, right? We kind of get a little bit of head shake in there. So this is going to be our second place walk. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. So then trotting along here, horses right in a hunter class, I wouldn't mind seeing this horse be just a touch lower with his neck. Kind of saw that same thing with the way he walked. Right, he's just a little touch high in his neck. It is level. Horse covers ground really nice. Got a big ground covering trot. Rider looks a little bit off balance. Would like to see a stronger rider here, and maybe that's why we get some of the inconsistencies in his trot. So he's going along. He's a little bit. See, we get a little bit inconsistent here. So remember, as a judge, right? I get the advantage of being able to rewind, replay. This part looks good, right? So we could go across. We could say, okay, how's this horse trotting? But it all depends on where you see him, right? So we see this horse. We're going to see his transition. Right here. So I like the way this horse trots. See that same kind of down in his neck, confident exhibitor, balanced rider. Looks like a really pleasant picture. And the attack that we're looking for. So we see kind of that more overall rounded frame. I do like the way this horse trots. Probably a little bit more than our other horse, but it kind of depends on where you see him. So notice how as a judge, you have this situation where if I saw this horse right here, where he's a little bit out of the bridle, he's a little bit disconnected from our rider. If you saw this picture and you looked over and you saw this one, you could make that a snap decision really easy, right? So remember that when you're showing, it all depends on where that horse is seen in the arena. So if you're going along and you get seen in a bad spot, right? You could have a great ride, have one bobble, and that judge sees the bobble, and your placings don't reflect your ride, right? That bobble. So we want to get this horse as consistent as we can around the arena so that we just get the best possible chance of being seen, right? So then we'll see this one trot. And that's why consistency is key, right? So if there's a spot where your horse leaves and your judge just so happens to see that spot, that's no good for us. A little different style of horse here, a little different breed. Got that longer mane, got the big feathers. So we're not going to critique the head and neck the same way we would with a AQHA hunter horse. But I do like the way this horse trots, right? He's got a lot of lift, a lot of float to his trot. As long as she stays consistent with this, then I'm going to say that's where she wants his head to be, right? If she flips it down sometimes, he flips it up sometimes, we're going to say that horse just wasn't consistent in his head and neck, and that wasn't where she wanted her horse to be. So he wasn't showing well. So This horse just kind of made to carry his head a little bit higher. He does level his top line out a little bit more when he lopes. Do like the way he lopes, right? He's got a big, free, flowing stride, covering the ground nice. Would like to see a little bit higher degree of difficulty as far as rounding himself up and lifting himself up into the air. But for that style of horse, you're going to have a pretty good lope. Always hard to judge horses with different ones, right? So this horse, we see just that, like we see the same kind of lope, right? He covers ground, but he picks his knees up a little bit, right? So this horse loping more out of his knees than his shoulders, and we kind of see he's got his head up a little bit, kind of ends up pulling himself along with his front end, and that's where you kind of get a little bit messed up, and that's why this transition is a little bit sloppy, because he's a little bit flat, right? Would love to see these horses drop into the bridle, round up, drive up into things. Would be much better for us. Let's go along here. Do like the way this horse trots a lot. So we're going to take up a transition here. Good lope off. Here we see a little bit more of that rounded lope. That's what we're talking about. So this horse is going to stand out for us in this class. Going to be our winner for the left lead anyway. So our left direction, like the way he lopes, like the way he trots. You see light contact everywhere. This horse just stays down nice and pleasant. Again, so still has a bit of knee, but we just have flowing rhythm. We just have better cadence here. Looks like a much more pleasant ride. And some of that's from her ability to show. Looks like a much more balanced rider. We want to get a little bit stronger in our lope here. It just doesn't, it has a little bit of bump to it. It's got a little bit of rumble to it. Doesn't have that complete engagement from behind, really driving up into things. So let's move on to our second direction here. We're gonna kind of bounce around, watch these. So kind of an awkward transition there. He kind of bobbles through it. Move into our second direction. So again, we see kind of the same thing. This horse a little bit out of the bridle. Like the way she makes her turn. We're gonna do a trot now. So trotting around, we can kind of evaluate this horse. We can say, yeah, I like this trot the same way I liked it the first way, right? Stays down in the bridle. I would like to see this horse trot a little bit bigger, but this is okay for now. This horse probably the better trotter of the two, at least going that way. Maybe a funny little bobble right there we saw. Kind of picks up the lope for a couple strides. And again, like as a judge in a regular horse show, you wouldn't have the ability to rewind, replay like this. So trying to give these exhibitors the benefit of the doubt. I like his lope a little bit better this way. Stays down a little bit more in the bridle. Still a little disconnected for me. Would like to see some contact through there. Would like to see that horse accepting contact, staying in the bridle. Kind of gets his nose out, starts using his neck to kind of lope around. You don't see that so much in this one. If we go back. Don't really see that in this one. He kind of stays down in the bridle. Maybe a little worse this way than the other way. But just has that pleasant look, right? This horse looks like he'd be fun to ride. So this horse probably my standout winner in this class. Gonna be a bit of a toss-up between these two for me. Pretty hard to judge the different breeds against each other. I do like the way this horse trots. Certainly a more forward lope than the other. So, kind of been thinking about these two. I wish this horse was a little bit more steady in his top line. I wish that he would keep it in one place, right? We kind of see the same thing here. So maybe a little more complete picture here where this horse stays a little bit more steady with his top line throughout the whole class. A really big toss-up, right? So the placings obviously don't reflect like how quick these placings are for myself. But today I'm going to have to go with this one and then this one. So we're going to go with Emma Wheatcroft first. This horse just had the pleasant appeal to me. I think this lope right here looks like a blast to ride. You see this nice cadence, nice rhythm through here. I like the way this horse stays down in the bridle. I like this consistency here that she exhibits. We saw a little bit of changes in our lope, right? We saw some changes in our trot. Maybe a little less consistent than the others here. We're kind of in and out of it. We're kind of up with our neck. We're down with our neck. We're kind of like maybe we drop a stride or two there. Kind of have a little bit of rumbly going on. I want to see as consistency as possible, right? So yeah, so we're going to go Sarah second. And our Haley Bittner's going to be third. Good job, guys. So we'll move into our next class. So we have children's ranch riding. And we'll do children's, children's ranch riding next. 2 exhibitors in this class. Make sure So we're going to be looking at this pattern here today. So I'm going to walk around the left corner. Maybe we should do the English first. Oh, I hate this. I don't have a show build. Let's do equitation. Let's stick with English here. These equitation riders. I don't have a show build, Courtney. The show build I had did not match the classes, so kind of awkward. So I'm gonna do the children's today, and then we'll go from there. Let's do Tiny Tot English Pleasure. We'll stick with English Pleasure, and then we'll move into the application stuff. Sorry, guys. Just kind of working through my spreadsheet. Yep. All right, so we'll go Tiny Tot, walk, trot. No, English Pleasure. This one's in the wrong place. I don't think this is just labeled wrong, I think. All right, so we'll go walk, trot, English Pleasure for Tiny Tots. So again, we're looking for that kind of same thing. This horse is staying in the bridle. We're a little bit up, a little bit away from the bridle here on this horse. Same kind of deal with this one. Want to see an exhibitor. This one keeps it a little bit closer. Keep that horse in your hands so it can take its gears appropriately and it can be ready to take this trot. Do you like the way this horse trots? Like the way this exhibitor rides? She keeps everything kind of quiet, keeps this horse in her hands. Level top line, good trot. So here we see kind of the same exact style of trot, but our exhibitor gets just a little bit behind the motion, and then we kind of end up posting off of our hands. This horse stays a little bit high in its neck. Some of that we get a little bit off of our hands. And then here we want to see just a little bit more push, right? We want to get these legs underneath of us so we can get ahead of this horse's motion because we're kind of in that recliner chair. Really hard for us to get up and really push that horse and drive it with our hips. We see that kind of in this exhibitor. This exhibitor's got her legs underneath of her, so then she can really drive and push that horse's motion through. So watch this here. Just want to work on, I think the biggest thing, this is English Pleasure, but a lot of our riding has to do with it, right? So we are a team, our horse and I. So we want to make sure that we're a good teammate for our horse, right? So getting these legs underneath of us, getting these stirrups backed up, get your toes in the stirrups so you can ride a little bit more effectively, so you can be a better partner to your horse. Will help a lot. We've got a good strong post. We just have our legs in the wrong position here. Would help a lot if we got these legs underneath of us. And then we're looking for that pleasant ride. We're looking for that pleasant experience, right? And we kind of see that demonstrated more here with this one. This horse willingly moves forward. This horse kind of reluctant to move forward. We end up kind of kicking this one the whole time, pushing it on. Not really something that I want to see. Kind of have the same thing with this exhibitor where we get our legs a little bit forward on us, but we have a horse a little bit more willing to move forward, so we have a little bit better trot on this one. Okay, so in terms of English Pleasure, right, we want to look like a pleasure to ride, want it to be a horse that I would enjoy riding myself. So today we're going to go with Ariana is going to be our first place horse, Libby is going to be our second place horse, and Serene is going to be our third place horse. Oops. Tiny Tot English Pleasure. Ariana first. second, and serene third. Perfect. Oops, we missed one. We missed one. We got one more. Late entry. So here we see this horse drifting towards the inside of the arena. Would like to see this exhibitor use her entire arena going around there. Again, so watching that top line, want that top line to stay level. Kind of lose a little bit of contact. We see this rider, this horse gets head up above the bit, which puts this slack in the reins. So I just look at that and I say, as a horse trainer, you're going to have a hard time making clean transitions. You're going to have a hard time making good transitions because you do have a bit of a disconnect there, right? We don't really see much English trot here. Horse does move out with his hind legs a little bit different than his front legs. I want to see a balanced horse. I want to see a cadenced horse. Does move forward a bit more willingly than some of our other ones, though. Kind of have that same out of the bridle look. So I would there. So now we drop in a little bit. We're kind of inconsistent. Just not getting much trot here. Kind of more of the jog pace, maybe extended jog if you could call it that. Would like to see some ground covering motion there, right? One of the stronger riders in the class, though, like we keep these legs underneath of us. So we could say that this exhibitor has more room to push, right? We push this horse up and kind of get that English trot that we're really looking for, and be a little bit more accurate with everything. I want to make sure I have my score sheet here. Rider does lose her balance a little bit coming into that. She kind of puts her hands on her horse's neck, gets a little bit behind the motion here. I want to see a stronger post, right? Be more confident with this, and that'll help our horse get more extension in his legs. Unfortunately, we just don't show off this trot here because we're just kind of shallowly posting this. If we had a stronger post, we can kind of drive this horse up, be pushing him into this trot. Maybe we can show off more of his natural style of movement. All right. So then Ariana's still going to be our winner for this class. Do like the way this horse trots around. I do like the expression, the position that she keeps in this horse in. So we're probably going to go. Do you think this horse had a better trot and kind of given the same position with our neck? It is English pleasure, so it's not our rider so much. If this exhibitor pulls these legs back underneath of us, it's easier to judge, right? Just want to work on being a stronger rider. And that's just time in the saddle, right? These tiny tots, they're just getting started. So, but I do like the way this horse trots better than this one. He is a little bit more of an English style of trotter. So we just don't get much trot here, unfortunately. Exhibitor does a better job, but we just don't have as much trot. So still going to keep our placings the same. Going to add Sophia in there in third. And we're going to go serene fourth here. So it'll be this order. Right there. So Ariana first, Libby second, Sophia third, Serene fourth. Perfect. Nice class, guys. So we'll go across here. Looks like we're going to be moving into the equitation stuff. That's all the English pleasure that I have for children's. No entries in the novice children's English pleasure. So we will go into the equitation. So tiny top, walk, trot, equitation. We'll pull up the pattern here. Tiny top, walk, trot, equitation. This is going to be our pattern for this one. So we're going to be starting at A, posting trot, A to B, and B to and around. C, showing proper change of diagonal at C. So when your shoulder passes C, we're going to sitting trot to the end, stop at D, and go from there. So hopefully we get to see these diagonal changes. Tough transitions here. Starting off at A and your posting trot. Want to see those exhibitors be able to pop right up into their diagonals. Don't want to see people looking for them. want to see people just jump up into it, confidently post that, and really show that off. So we will see if these exhibitors can get that done. Okay, so a good change diagonal there. She does get her diagonals correctly. Coming around, sitting trot, looks good. Stop is very accurate, really hard stop. I do like the way that she stops. So biggest thing for me is I want to see this, like I don't mind seeing an exhibitor have this contact, right? So we saw this in the same riding class. She kept contact in the bridle. This horse stayed down nice. Comes around there really accurately. Good loops, straight lines. That's what I want to see. Keeps her body in position, keeps her heels down. Like the way this exhibitor rides. Really nice and pleasant, right? So we got a little bit of smile there. Really pleasant picture for us to watch. A little different angle here. A little harder to tell. So kind of the same thing that we saw in the regular riding class, where the exhibitor gets her hands just a little bit low for me. Kind of looks like she's leaning forward on that horse's neck. Don't want to see her be tempted to reach down and touch her neck. Kind of looks like a little bit weaker post than our other exhibitor, unfortunately. A little bit weaker stop. Kind of dribbles through that, doesn't really get her horse's feet settled all the way. Horse kind of leading off this way, and she's kind of pinched up, right? Want to see an exhibitor keep her hands out in front, keep this horse gathered up. Tightening up on your reins might help with that. So see with the slack in the reins, we just don't have good contact to our horse, right? So then when we go to pull back right here, we end up pinched against our body because we don't have a really solid line of communication with him. So if we tighten up on those reins a little bit, getting a little bit more solid contact, we won't get pinched against our body because you're going to work out here. And you'll be able to stop him like this and be able to stop a little bit more square. Because he's leaning off like this, you have no more room to go because you're trapped against your body. We just don't get as good a stop as Ariana did. But really nice to do serpentines. Really good job here. Really good job here. I would say Ariana's ready for a more challenging pattern, right? And Sophia just making sure you get connected, get solid with your horse so we can make this a little bit more accurate. We end up making kind of a big loop through here, and then kind of cutting this loop down. We end up passing really tight to this cone. I would have liked to have seen the same size loops like we got demonstrated in this pattern, where we end up using the whole arena, right? She comes all the way out around there, makes her corner where she wants to be, and it doesn't look like this horse kind of leads us through the pattern, right? And as an exhibitor, as a judge, trainer, that's what I want to see my exhibitor go through and drive her horse through a pattern, right? So I just feel like Ariana owned this one. So Sophia had quite as much control as Ariana of her horse, and just a little bit stronger. All right, perfect. Nice job, guys. So we have our novice children's walk trot equitation here. So looking at this pattern right here, we're going to start at A, walk 3 strides, posting trot on the right diagonal to B. A bit of a backwards diagonal there, right? Because you would want to see you're moving to the right, most like the left diagonal. Change diagonals, continue to C. Sitting trot circle to the left, stop at C. So looking for good circles here, looking for good loops here. Want to see the exhibitor use the arena, make these patterns theirs, really own their space, own where they're going, and hopefully not cut these down, right? So hopefully at B we see the same kind of entrance and exit, that we don't cut this down and really shoot across there to C and make this kind of a diagonal line. Want to see that good, clean arc. Love to see a big circle on the backside. Okay. So I think there's only one entry in this class. Yes. So our one entry in this class. So hopefully we get to see that. Big pattern. Big pattern. Using all of the arena. Do have a tie down on there. Would like to see that come off, or German martingale, however you want to call it. Would like to see that come off. Would like to see this horse and rider exhibit just a little bit more control over everything. so that this is a little more natural position, right? So, I mean, we didn't really challenge ourselves in making this big loop. I think there's a fine line between when you go out and you make a huge pattern versus making a crisp pattern, right? I feel like we just kind of used our whole arena here. This ends up being kind of a bit too straight of a line, maybe not as tight of an arc as I'd like to see, because it's hard to know. We're going way out there. That ends up being a pretty steep corner right there, versus I'd like to see just either constantly turning, right? So always on a turn all the way across there. And what we're kind of doing is going out and then sharply turning and then sharply turning and then coming back in when you watch this pattern. So if I were to see this pattern again, I want to judge it and I want to say, let's make this pattern ours, right? Let's make sure that we're more on a constant turn rather than like jagged edges, right? If this is a smoothly drawn arc, then I want to see smoothly executed pattern, right? So just getting this horse to where it guides a little bit better, it kind of pushes out of your circle here. We kind of get left behind. We don't have much contact in this outside leg to help that horse maintain a wall of control right across there. I think getting control off your legs, pulling these legs back underneath of you will help you get that control of the horse's shoulders, right? That way we won't need to rely so much on our equipment to help us get there. But yeah, so just make sure that you make your pattern yours, right? Come out here, be smoothly guiding, all right? That way we don't end up with kind of a harsh turn right there, and we come through, we kind of end up, like this turn should have come through here maybe. We end up pushing a bit out of the circle here, or the half arc. Would want to see a little bit tighter line through here and then come up and maybe circle around over there, right? And we kind of end up just being a little lost out here. So that was our only exhibitor for that class, so she's gonna end up first, but certainly things I want to see improve in the next show. So Ilana. So that was our novice children's walk trot equitation. All right. So move into children's walk trot equitation. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where'd the fifth go? Sarah. We lost Emma. All right. Okay, so we have our 5 exhibitors loaded up here. So we're gonna take a look at our pattern real quick. If I can find it through my windows. Not that one. Not that one. This one. All right, so we have our pattern here. We're gonna go through, we'll go children's walk trot equitation. So this is gonna be our pattern for today's class. All right, so we're gonna walk halfway from A to B. We're gonna sitting trot at B. We're gonna sitting trot, posting trot at B. So we're gonna pick up posting trot here, posting trot around C to D and E, doing your diagonal changes in the middle there. As we see, stop at E, back 4 steps, 1A to the right on the hind quarters. So again, want to see these good loops around here. Want to see people using their arena, making the same size arcs around here so that this horse guides all the way through, right? Smooth arcs are what I'm looking for. I don't want to see people make jagged edges, make triangles out of these when they should be arcs, all right? So the sitting trot to the posting trot, picking up a diagonal at B. As your shoulder passes that, I want you posting up. So you'd be on your right diagonal, left diagonal, right diagonal around there, coming around, stop, back 4, 1A to the right in the hindquarters. So we'll see how these exhibitors do that. So Emma's gonna lead us off here. Let's make sure I have my score sheet pulled up here. So Emma leads us off here. Again, we see that exhibitor. We remember this horse from the English class. We really liked him in the English class. So I anticipate a good pattern here. You kind of see this exhibitor starts out. Good sitting trot. Horse moves up nice. A really strong post right here. Horse stays in the bridle nice. Exhibitor really showing off her ability to ride this horse and guide him through a pattern. I like her arc. I like her loop through here. Kind of hard to tell from here, but maybe a touch late for that diagonal change. Wouldn't mind seeing her as she passes through the center of this. That's better. A little drift out right there. From this vantage point, we can really see that horse kind of loop out. So keeping him off that outside rein. Remember, a change diagonal is a change of rein. So you're switching your rein that you're guiding from. So now we're bringing that outside across. A good stop and a really good clean backup. Like how this horse stays down in his neck, stays down in our hands. A good pivot. Nice, nicely done. Well executed. Very good. So we can come back through here. We'll watch it again. So I really like the way this exhibitor works through the pattern. I like how she guides. I like how she keeps her eyes up, looks confident, knows where she's going. Really nicely done here. And as a judge, you're going to remember this horse from earlier. And I remember I liked it. I remember this rider was a strong rider. So you're going to start off on a good foot already. Remember that judge is going to remember your rides from earlier. So if you go out there and you are professional and you're a good, clean rider, certainly going to remember that as we go forward. And we know that it's a pattern that we really are going to watch to cheer for. Nicely done. All right, so Sarah Morley here. So a good position here. We've got that ready at the cone A. Horse maybe would like to see him a little bit more focused up. She does recover now. So I want to see contact through the horse's mouth, right? Light contact in our hands. Hopefully she maintains through that pattern. We see that here, that light contact, horse stepping into the bridle here, driving to his face, rider pushing that horse forward, driving it through the pattern. Love to see that in my exhibitor. I worry here that we have just a little bit too much loose rein here. So we're going to lose. See right there, she had to make a couple adjustments. Maybe wouldn't have had to do that if our reins were a little bit tighter, if that horse was kind of on the contact, right? So I want him to stay in her hands the whole way through here. See, so we're going to be just a little bit off balance here. We see those hands kind of lose position. We're kind of noting that as we come around. So a little less consistent. And then you see where, like, she's got her arms really far forward here. If she had a little more contact, we can bring that horse a little bit. Maybe he got a little bit easier. I anticipate pushing out through her turns when she rides like that. Well executed though. Our loops look good. We're using our arena. He tries to cut in a little bit there. You kind of see her hands go off the outside. If you watch that back again, he tries to cut in on her. So she has to make an adjustment here, right there. She has to hold him up to the outside, changes our lines, changes the position that we're riding. So see, now we're twisted off to the right when we should be going this way. So maybe you have to, again, you see that getting tight, pinched up against your body, right? If our reins are a little bit shorter, we can continue to operate in front of us. So you don't really notice that big of a problem right there where maybe you don't see that quite as much. And you can just stay as a little bit more connected to your horse, right? Good pivot. Maybe we get a little bit off balance here across there. Kind of get left behind right here. You see where, let's see if I can get it in frame. One of my personal pet peeves is that we start falling off the outside, right? We're not moving across with our horse. So here, if she has more weight on that right stirrup, that horse can move across and she can follow with him. And now we end up facing the right when we're going right, all right? Because we're a little bit behind here, we end up curling our body and we get our weight, just a little bit too much weight on this outside stirrup right through here. We end up bending around and we are, if our horse were to turn, if we were to speed his turn up, we would actually just fall off the outside, all right? So when we get sat like this and we get leaned off on that outside, we end up kind of pulling against our horse and he's got to come back over to catch us. So that turn can't possibly be fast and accurate across there because we just get left behind a little bit. So want to work on that. Make sure you sit in that stirrup across there in those turns. The loops look good, but I just would love to see a little bit more contact here. Is there deductions if an exhibitor's opening hands on the reins? It is a little bit harder to tell when you can't pause it, right? When it's real life and you can't pause the video to see if they're moving their hands a lot. Obviously, an exhibitor keeping their hands closed like this and just keeping everything quiet. That's what I want to see. It doesn't bother me that she kind of has her hands open, and it's easier to tell with black gloves, right? But I would say that, like, given that it's all about how this horse and rider move together, all right? So she makes adjustments when she needs to. She moves up and down those reins when she needs to. And given the fact that the rest of this pattern is just very, very accurate, we're gonna look past that unless someone else puts together a pattern that's just as accurate, right? So given the opportunity to judge two identical patterns, one that closes their hands and one that doesn't have to, that would make the difference for me. But I think that the maneuvers executed by this exhibitor are just really strong so far. That's what happens. So not quite getting that sitting trot halfway. This pattern we want to see. If I can find it again. There we go. So you're walking halfway, sitting trot 2B. Didn't really get to demonstrate much of that. Kind of a tight set pattern. We don't know how much room she has. There is a stake right here, so it is kind of hard to tell. Kind of a tight set pattern, so you walk halfway. So I would say here's the halfway point, so we're picking up that trot. We don't get it moving up into a trot though, so we don't really get too many sit trot strides. Some of that just limitations of our arena, right? We're working in a really tight space here. So we do end up touching our horse a bit. We kind of get off balance. Again, it's a really tight pattern, so you would need to tighten up on your reins a little bit for me to make sure you get more contact, right? You see here we have slack, so we're going to make a hard turn here because we do not have much room to ride. So given here that we had to set a really tight pattern, really good stop, really good backup. Here. Maybe you don't have to pick our hands up that high, again, if you move down your reins, right? If we get a little bit more contact all the way through this ride, maybe we don't have to lift our hands up quite so much, and we can stay, again, working down in front of us where we're balanced, all right? So because we kind of have those long reins, we end up kind of fishing out here and being a little bit off. Wouldn't mind seeing us tighten up on our reins and get this horse just moving into that contact a little bit better, right? Because these are tight maneuvers that you're making here, and that's just the disadvantage of having a smaller space to ride. So just want to see this big move that she has to make right here where this hand is picking up right here. Wouldn't mind seeing that hand open that horse up, make that horse follow across there, right? Because it does put a big bend in his body, which kind of leaves his foot up in the air. Just like in showmanship, right? You put a bend in your body, you're going to pick up that right hind. But she does a good job given the difficulty of coming through here. Moving down those reins, maybe we won't fall forward like that and touching his neck around those corners. We do lose our balance a little bit right there, right? Just smooth guide your horse, right? Don't make those kind of quick moves where we're like going along, we're switching reins, we're switching back here. Make smoother arenas. Yeah, don't have a big area to do it, you can, absolutely, understand, totally understand. But just slide down those reins and get a little bit more contact, especially if you have to make those tight spaces, right? Ask your neighbor if you can use the field. Yeah, so you see it like right in here. She falls forward, ends up touching his neck. Big penalty there for that, unfortunately. Don't want to see you touch your horse's neck, fall forward. And it's just losing your balance, right? So getting your post up, if you take these buckets out of here, do some two-pointing work on strong posting out of your legs, out of your stirrups, using your whole leg, so we don't end up losing our balance around. And it's a tight corner, so I understand. But we do want to stay up, stay balanced in our ride, stay balanced in our body. All right, so let me make some notes. All right. So we have Ellie McAllister next. I do like this position here. Would like to see that horse a little bit more gathered up. I do like the way that she's looking ready at the cone. It's really nice going along. So we're gonna walk halfway. Sitting trot. Do you see a small adjustment in our reins there? Want to see these eyes tracking this pattern. Hopefully we get to see that. She's pretty tight to this cone, so we'll see how she navigates that. Good, good. Puts a bend in her horse's body. Maybe kind of lose some rhythm in our trot, right? We lose a little bit of cadence right there. Wouldn't mind seeing if we keep a little bit more pace across there. We can keep that post a little bit stronger. Right? That's our area to work in. So that's that corner. This exhibitor probably could have used this whole arena, right? So we see, like if we go back to our pattern and we look at how it's drawn, you go here, right? We look at how far off kind of like if this is the same distance through as this, all right, then we want to make sure we're staying off that cone. So if we're coming through, we're passing really tight to this cone and we end up like making a big loop out here, then we just didn't get that loop action that we would like to have seen. I know we're working in some smaller areas, but we do have room to go straight all the way through here. See how we've like curled off right away? So that's what I was talking about with those triangles, right? If this is the cone, we end up coming through like really tight to it like this, we're not really getting that big arc action that I'd like to see. So maybe if we stayed straight a little bit longer through here, right? Made that arc just a little bit prettier. And then it'd give us more time here also, right? We come through here, maybe then we can loop through here and make that just a little bit easier on ourselves. A good stop, clean back, maybe not the total roundness that we're looking for, right? This head stays up a little bit. We don't get that like tuck into our back up where that horse really propels himself backwards, like we saw here, where we had that earning back up. Let me skip forward. So right here, we see this kind of tuck into our bridle, right? That horse really working, engaging his loin. I like to see that. Maybe we don't get that quite the same idea here, but a decent backup. A good turn, a really good turn afterwards. Maybe overshoot that turn just a touch. Probably could have ended that just a half stride earlier and finished with his front feet here, or maybe an eighth of a turn too far. And he was turning, right? So not much drama, not much help from our exhibitor. Horse really guides off well off her feet, so I do like that a lot. I wish she would have used the arena just a touch better, right? We don't know how much room we have on this side of the camera, but I do wish she would have used all the way around here and come around, right, in this one. Kind of cut this one down right there. Could have come all the way up there, made this a straight line, made this a straight line, because we never really get a chance to see a straight line here, right? See how that ends up being more of a diagonal? It's more of a diagonal line across the center when we were looking for a straight line. I lost it. Where'd it go? Need an assistant. I don't know, but we're looking for a straight line across there, right? Wish we would have had a straighter line across there. Using the arena, using all the space that you can, helps make that a little bit straighter line. I don't know where. But a good job, very good. Do like the way that horse backs, do like the way he turns. So the big horse again here, again, so we take that in consideration. However big she can set this arena, however big she can set her pattern, will determine how much space she has out there. I do like that she gave me the full view of this pattern. Get to set our phone or camera back far enough that we can see the whole pattern going across there. Do end up on the opposite diagonals of what we wanted here. Was hoping that she'd stay on the same one, but we are consistent with our changes, and unfortunately we're on the wrong diagonal coming across there. We end up on the left diagonal around our left turns, and our right diagonal around our right diagonal around our left turns, and left diagonal around our right turns. So that's a shame. Well executed though, otherwise. Do like the way this horse turns, do like the way this horse backs. So we can watch it back. So there, we pick up our post. We want to be on the right diagonal here, outside leg, right, posting with our right leg. We do end up switching. I'm not sure if we lost our balance there or what. Look up our right diagonal for just a split second. Sit, sit, sit. Yeah, so we're on the correct diagonal right there in this stride. But then we're two and switching, which is unfortunate. Maybe we got a little tossed by his... Yeah, right there, we end up sitting two. So we would like to see you maintain that right diagonal all the way through there. So we can switch back, should be on our left diagonal here. Yep. And coming back around. Always want to be driving that outside shoulder across, making it easier for your inside hind to travel up. But a good pattern, right? Well executed. Do like the way this horse stops. Do like the way he backs up. Maybe a little bit. He's a huge horse, right? So we have to take that in consideration. But for a big horse, he does propel himself backwards. You see him stepping. He's not sliding his feet at all. I like the way that she takes a break right here. Lets him gather his feet underneath of her. Good, good. Nice job. Very good. So for our placings for this class, we're going to go with Emma Wheatcroft first. Went through there and used his body, used your arena, used your space, obviously with the advantage of a big arena, but still have still have just that overall picture, right? So the arena, you still have the ability to keep that horse gathered in your hands, stays connected the entire way through. I like this a lot, right? This is exemplary, like the way we're using this arena. We're using these straight lines through here. We got big, and again, like it's not necessarily the size of the loop that I'm looking for. It's just the ability to go straight and then loop, right? She's not letting that horse dictate where the pattern's going at all. And we see a really well executed pattern. Great stop, really good backup into a really solid pivot here. Not much action, right? Not much help, not much. The aids are really quiet. Not much help from our rider. So that's what we're kind of looking for. So if we put this in order, there's our second place horse. Sarah's going to be third. Grace going to be fourth, and this is going to be fifth. So here's our placings. First, Ellie second, Sarah third, Grace fourth, and fifth. Haley had a really good pattern, just missed those diagonals, and then the touching of our neck here. Want to see our rider stay a little bit more balanced up there, and just tighten up those reins, right? Get contact, get control of that horse, tighten up on those reins, and help him through the maneuvers just a little bit more. Because we end up disconnected, right? Especially if we have to set it this tight. I completely understand. But touching our neck really hurt us there, just being a little bit off balance. But I mean, really sharply executed. Your pattern is really good, your back is really good, your turn is really good. Just gonna have to fault you for touching his neck there on those corners. We just get a little bit disconnected, missing that overall picture. Yeah, perfect. Nice job, guys. All right. Close this one. Go here. So I think that's the end of our equitation for the youth ec. Tiny tot, novice, regular. Yeah. All right, so what we'll do is we will take a little break here. We'll take a little lunch break. We'll come back maybe 1 o'clock, and we'll work into the children's stuff. We'll wrap up this this horse show and go. Yeah, we'll go into the Western stuff. We'll do the horsemanship. We'll do the trail riding, and we'll wrap this up. Should be able to wrap this up and start on our senior stuff today. 13 in the novice senior showmanship, so that will take a little bit longer. Let's try to get through all the showmanship today, at least this afternoon, and maybe we have to divide up the pleasure for tomorrow or this evening, and we'll go from there. All right. So if you guys have comments, questions, concerns, I do have the chat pulled up. We'll leave this on be right back mode. I'll plug my phone in, and we'll be back after lunch. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Microphone, audio, perfect. Welcome back, guys. We're going to pick up where we left off with a tiny tot. I want to finish up the children's stuff. I think it just makes more sense for the sake of the video. If you had a child who submitted a video, then you can just watch the children's stuff. And then we can start with the open amateur afterwards. I'm going to try to get through as much as we can. May have to go live tonight, run this show into the middle of the night. We'll see how it goes. But try to give everybody as much feedback as we can while still moving through swiftly. I know it takes a long time, but hopefully everybody finds the advice good from a trainer / judge's perspective, and we can kind of go from there. So we're going to pick up with the Western series of the Tiny Tot Children's section of the show. So we're going to pick up with the horsemanship. We're going to start with this, Tiny Tot horsemanship. And I apologize for jumping around. Didn't have a show bill, and I mean, we're all kind of new to this, right? The virtual horse showing. So we're going to try to get this all figured out as best we can, figure out the best way to run it, and go from there. Because obviously we can't sit here and be live for 24 hours, right? All right, so let's pick up here. Tiny Tot walk, trot, horsemanship. We're going to start at A. We're going to walk A to B. B, jog to D, right? So we're going to do this little loop. At D, stop and back 4. Pretty basic pattern, but so we're going to be able to judge these riders based on how they execute the pattern, right? So we have lots of time to evaluate our rider's position. We have lots of time to evaluate how they get through and how they maneuver their horse around. So I want to see somebody make this square corner as they can, right? So you really come through and cut that. I don't want to see a big loop, right? Hopefully we see some square corners, and we will go from there. Awesome. Perfect. So we can get started here. I have them pulled up. So we're going to start with Ariana Olsen. We saw her in the English earlier today, and we really liked her horse, so hopefully she can execute in the Western as well. We certainly remember horses as you see them throughout the day. You start to remember names, start to remember horses, and yeah, so you start to hold high expectations for people like this, right? Like you've done well the rest of the day, right? We've had some really good patterns. We see the same thing here. So we're ready at A. We're going to walk to A, or walk to B. Pick up the jog at B. We're going to turn a corner. Good, so she executes that really well. Really good straight line through here. A little drifty maybe through there. Would like to see her make a little bit straighter line. Good. Tight set pattern here, not much room to make that corner, so she does it pretty well given that she doesn't have very far to go, right? Good clean backup. Excellently done. So if we go back, pretty short pattern, right? We can come through here. Hard to judge and talk about stuff, right? So the walk, we're going to give her credit for that. Trot off. Would like to have seen a little bit better. She's got a little bit wobbly right there. Had to handle her horse a little bit. See him kind of dipping off to the right. Thinking about going right. She has to correct him over to the left. Trotting the good though. And the stop and back is super clean. Nice job. I have to remember to put 0.5 instead of half. Perfect. Very good. Very good. So if we want to critique this rider, we want to say, you know what? This is pretty good. Probably would have just a little bit sharper pattern in these reins, right? We talked about this before in the English stuff. These reins tight, so you have solid contact with that horse's face. We don't want to have to get that horse to where, because the reins are long, he's got lots of room out there to swim around. And Becky, Jennifer, I'm not sure why the audio is cutting out. Hopefully it's better. Didn't do anything different. No idea, to be honest. Maybe it's because I get too loud and it cuts it. I'm not sure. I can turn it down just a little bit. Maybe I won't touch it. Turn it down just a little bit. We'll see if that helps. So yeah. So we'll go through here. We've got this one next. Saiho, Ariana Baker. Princess Elsa. Little Frozen reference there. I like it. So again, problem with the videoing, whatever it might be, want to see ready at Kona. We're doing it as soon as we start videoing. So for you guys taking video from the future, would rather see be set and ready here rather than automatically moving off. I think when you're automatically moving off, it gets a little bit tricky to judge. So we're tuning in this snaffle. We are tiny, tiny, right? So this is the tiniest of tiny tots. Making that corner, making that square corner really well. Really like the way she executed that. Bonus points for being a little bit smaller. Does get a little bit drifty in her stop. Would like to have seen her hit that stop a little bit harder. And unfortunately, we do back up. Oh yeah, she remembered. She looked like she was ready to be done, but she remembered. Horse tends to pull on her a little bit. Would like to see a little bit more willingness to back up here, and gets a little bit heavy in our hands through there. But good. So biggest thing for us when we teach these tiny tots how to steer and how to do things, we want to teach them to steer off the outside rein, right? So it's like steering a bike. So you want to make sure that you kind of steer that outside rein, keep contact over here. If it was my tiny tot and I was teaching my tiny tot how to do things, I would like to start them off the bat, right? Learning that you got to control both sides of that horse's face, especially if you're two-handed in a snaffle, right? I don't want them to get in the habit of just steering one and letting this hand out there just to kind of chill, right? Because then you see that horse drift out right here. She does a good job. I mean, she certainly is going to be a great rider when she's done. But this left hand kind of sliding forward just gives her a lot of ability to keep leaking out with that outside shoulder. So teach her to keep both shoulders square, right? I love that she turns into it. I love that she uses her inside hand, but keep that contact in the outside as well. And she does a really good job here with this square corner. Really like the way she does this straight line. Really like that square corner. And I mean, for being the tiniest of tiny tots, she does an awesome job. So we are going to have to give her a slight penalty for the drifting that corner right up here. Had to handle her horse quite a bit, but she does an awesome job. All right. And here we have Kate and Chevy. It's ready A. I'd like to see, right? So we're ready A. We're right here. We get a chance to see this horse take up a jog or take up a walk and really start the pattern off. So we can make an adjustment right there and say, okay, is this rider horse team ready to go? We are two-handed in a shank bit, which unfortunately don't believe we're gonna be able to use. So if you're gonna be two-handed, we want to be two-handed in a snaffle bit or a hackamore. Don't want to be two-handed in a shank yet. We are. So that's not going to work, but she does a great job, right? So regardless of your placing, right? That's why I tell people don't be results oriented, because even though your placing is not going to reflect it, you did a great job. Just want to see, like, this should be a one-handable picture or in a snaffle two-handed like we did here. So, but what you have here, right? What we have here is a very well executed pattern and probably very close to our winner, but she just did it with the same pattern with a one hand, right? So keeping that in mind, same pattern with one hand, makes a good square corner here, makes a good square corner here. Reins are a little long, right? So see where she has to pick up so high. Same thing we ran into with the equitation, right? If our reins get really long, you see where you have to make a big move. So I would rather see this exhibitor tighten up on their reins, get more contact, preferably with one hand, and then be able to make that same kind of pattern one-handed so we don't have to get so far here, right? So just one-handed, and we're in really good shape. It's a good clean backup, it's a good clean corner. We can kind of go from there. Oops, we don't want to watch Dave Ramsey. So right there, good. So I like how she was ready at cone A, right? I like this look. I just wish she was one-handed. Horse trots off really good. She's a good rider. Keeps her legs back where we want them to. Helmet's a little crooked, but legs look good. So a little bit longer spur on this horse lets her use her legs effectively, even though they're not very long. Probably could drop down these stirrups one hole or so. There's kind of a severe bend right here. It puts her knee way in front of her body, which makes it difficult for her to pull her legs back. So dropping these stirrups down will kind of straighten this angle out a little bit. Might help her. She may be a little taller than we think, right? Maybe she grew overnight. But dropping the stirrup down might help her stretch that leg down a little bit more and use as much effective leg as she can, right? So whenever you're riding, using as much leg as you can will help you stay connected all the way through your horse. So our order is going to be Ariana is our winner. Ariana, I should clarify, Ariana Olson is our winner. Ariana Baker is second. And Kate and Chevy is third. But like I said, if I see this horse one-handed, it's certainly competitive to win that class, right? We're right up there. So depending on how this horse executes the same pattern as this horse one-handed, that's certainly a run for first place. So don't let that placing discourage you. Let's just see a one-handed ride or two-handed in the snaffle, one of the two. Because the rest of the pattern looked really good. Awesome. Very good job, guys. Move into the novice children's horsemanship. So this pattern is right here. We're going to walk to A. I miss Sophia. Thank you. Did miss Sophia. Good call. See, that's why I have you guys. Brooklyn. Oh, I missed a couple. They were below the red line. That's why. That's why. Good call. Spreadsheet's tricky. Got the red lines in there. I always think it's the end of the class. All right, so we'll see this one. Sophia Wilson, Little Pepintari, Tiny Tot. Little Pepintari. Thank you. So hold those placings, guys. Hold those placings. Not out of the woods yet. And make this. That's why we have score sheets, right? Because we can just add people in as we go. Let's watch this one again. So right here, Sophia Wilson, ready at cone A. I like that a lot. I like that she's ready to go. Walks off, looks good. Kind of a weird walk right there, kind of half joggy, right? Wouldn't mind seeing this horse be just a little bit more definitive in that walk. Good square corner. Kind of far away. Really hard to tell whether this exhibitor is, if we like her riding or not. Can't really get a good look. Like, and even from this angle, can't tell if she's one or two-handed, honestly. This hand's kind of forward. Looks like they could be even like this. Yeah, she's one-handed. Okay, so there we go. So this hand's just kind of close, low. Wouldn't mind seeing her go like a little bit tighter to this cone, so she can end up a little bit closer right here. Like, that horse looks like it's got a good turn on it. So maybe we keep this line a little bit straighter through here. Horse does leave the bridle a little bit as we steer. So kind of see that head come up a little bit as you put pressure on those reins. Head kind of follows those reins up. So we do get a little bit disconnected. We do recover here. And then again, we see that little bit of push as we go on the corner. So teaching that horse and rider how to keep that horse connected as we steer that horse around. So when we put pressure on that bridle, it doesn't pick him up out of the bridle, right? And that's just teaching your hand, teaching your horse to accept your pressure, and going from there. So I personally like to see light contact on the reins. We see that horse kind of out above us here. Reins are kind of loose. I want to see that horse down on the bridle and really working here, right? Obviously the ones that can keep these horses a little bit more bridled up be much easier. Like, I really like the fix that she made right there. I wish she would have kept that horse right there the entire time. So she does a good job, right? But just not the difference between, again, like we talked about, the difference between a +1 or a +3, right? +3 is going to be that rider that keeps that horse bridled up, head on the vertical or slightly beyond, and can it really drive that horse through a pattern. Here, we're not really in the driver's seat, but we are steering the horse, right? We're not really like pushing it on and doing a lot, but getting it where it is bridled up is the next step, the next evolution in our riding, right? I do like the way she rides. She keeps that leg underneath of her, got a good bend to her leg, good bend to her ankle, uses that stirrup on the ball of her foot really nice. Good, and looks through that pattern. Very nice. Very good. Well executed. No major faults there, right? Like, just well executed, very clean pattern. I like it. That's what I want to see. So we have this one. This is a good look, right? So we start off with this cone, we're ready. Regardless of the show clothes, right? We can look past that, but we do see a rider who's very square, very balanced. Horse is down in the bridle. This is more what we're talking about. She looks like she's ready to go. She got that horse in her hand. Hopefully she stays there throughout the whole pattern. Looks good. Maybe wants to take up a jog, right? A little bit of like little poppy steps here. Horse kind of thinking about jogging a little soon. It doesn't though, so that's good. Good jog on this horse. Rider keeps her legs a little bit far out, a little bit far ahead of her. I know her legs are tiny, right? But maybe don't have the same quite position that we have with some of the other riders, where we have that leg really far underneath of us. We're really working with that leg under us. I want to pull my pattern up here. So just keeping that in mind. Oops, that's the wrong one. Right there. So you really want to make sure that we have this leg underneath of us. So that's maybe the biggest thing for us. Maybe a little bit leaning forward. Not too bad though. Decent stop, horse pushed under just a little bit. Good, and a good clean backup. Good, whoops. So now we'll come through here. Let's watch again. We'll judge it this time. All right, so I like the walk is maybe not a plus walk. It's just kind of on the verge of trotting for me. Kind of the same thing we saw with the last one, right? So just getting that horse to where it stays bridled up, stays right there, because this is a good jog. I like this a lot. Good corner here. Rider's in control. Has to bump just a little bit of handle on her horse, but he did start to shake his head, so I don't mind seeing that. I do want to see you make a correction if you need to make a correction, so we can kind of go from there. So that's a good pattern. Very good. So we can say Let's rewatch while I score. We can say that we really like to trot, we really like to corner a lot, and then we like to stop and back. That was nice. So she's going to end up with a 72 overall. So our winner remains Kate. Let me go back here. Make sure we have these all in the same place here. Need an assistant, right? Oops. So if we had one handable horse, right? We talked about, there's our 5 people. If we had a one handable horse, this is probably my favorite ride. Unfortunately, we didn't see that here today. So, because I do like the way she trots, I do like this horse. I like that square corner a lot. Our reins are just a touch long, but it's a good stop and it's a good back. This is probably our winner, right? But we are DQ'd because we are two-handed, so that's unfortunate. So then our second place horse is going to be Ariana. Or our first place, I guess, because this one is not in the running. So our first place horse will be Ariana, so this one's our first place horse. Still like this one the best. I like that square corner. I like the way she holds her body up. I like this little corrections here. Horse does look off a little bit, but she kind of brings her horse over, holds that line. Good clean back, good clean pattern. I like it a lot. I like the way she rides, right? Leg is bent, ball of foot in the stirrups. Good lines right there. Very, very good. So our second place horse is going to be this one, Brooklyn. Yes, Brooklyn's going to be our second place horse. With a 72 overall, I really like the way that she rides, I like the way she executes this pattern. I do want to see her lean back a little bit. I do want to see her pull her legs back a little bit, but I like the way she executes the pattern, right? I like the way she keeps the horse in bridle. She stays connected through there, drives this horse around, good contact, good supple horse. Good. Sophia's going to be our third place horse. A little bit harder to see, right? She does get that horse a little bit beyond the bridle. I want to see a rider that can keep that horse connected through her hand, and getting that horse really where we want her to be. She is a good rider, but I just want to see that horse stay connected. And then I think we could have done just a little bit crisper corners here, a little crisper corner on this side, a little bit loopy, like right there. That's not quite the square corner we were looking for. And then from this vantage point, this angle, it's just hard to see, honestly, what we have going on. And I know like the limitations of videoing, right? We're all going to run into that, but we try to do the best we can. So then Ariana Baker, going to bring up third, did a great job just making sure that we learned to see that horse across there, and then this little bobble here ended up hurting us quite a bit where that horse pushed through us, and then we kind of forgot to back up until we were reminded. Yep. And then Kate, perfect. Now we have all 5. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Good. Excellent job, guys. Now we'll move into the novice children's horsemanship. We'll go here. We'll move these over. I have one on Facebook. So we'll try to bring that one up. Try to find that one. Go to my inbox. Find this message. There we go. And add it over. All right, so we'll watch this one first, just so we can get that out of the way because it does make a full screen. That is my Facebook window. So here, show this pattern first before we move up. Wrong one. All right, here's our patterns. Perfect. So we have novice children's. So this is the walk to jog, or walk to A, jog A to B. So you're gonna start before A, walk to A to B, stop back, 3/4 to the right. So you go around here, all the way around, 3/4 to the right. Or 3/4 circle to the right. Stop, 180 turn to the right, jog a circle back, stop at B. Perfect. Here, walk to A, start before A, walk to A, jog to B, stop and back. 3/4 circle, jog to the right, stop, 180 turn to the right, jog circle back, stop. Perfect. Hard to do live. Hard to do live. So we can move into these. All right, we'll start with this one. So we have my score sheets here. All right, so ready to walk. So we have a two-handed snaffle here. Horse looks a little ranchy, right? We have kind of the Western look here, the ranch pleasure look. Do want to see her get her toes backed up out of these stirrups a little bit. Just right off the bat, things that I notice, we can kind of evaluate that horse, or that rider's riding, right? We do get kind of toed down, get our feet buried through these stirrups just a little bit too much. Want to see those angles stay good, right? Through your leg, your hip, your knee to your ankle, right? Have those angles stay good. We get a little bit toed down here. Back looks good. We're going to jog this 3/4 circle. Nice circle here. Horse guiding well. Rider's looking through the pattern well. I can't do that. I have to watch the whole pattern and then judge it separately. So maybe we could have closed this circle all the way, right? Looks like we could have gone just a little bit further here. Would have liked to have seen her go all the way. I just feel like she ended this a little bit soon. But so the turn here, horse kind of spins its back end around. I don't know if the pattern stated. Did it state turn on the haunches or anything? Typically, you're going to make that a turn on the haunches. So here. Yeah, turn on the hindquarter. So we're going to lose some points through that one. Pattern does state that you want to turn on the hindquarter. Here we get a turn on the front end, right? We're kind of spinning that hip around our front end. So we're going to lose some points there. Unfortunately, that's not the turn we're looking for. Want to really make that a rollback over your hips, right? Big jog circle looks good. I like this a lot. Guiding well. Again, we get a little bit toed down here, so I want to fix that through her riding. Trying to make sure that she stays just a little bit stronger through those legs, keep those heels down, keeps those ankles bent, get those toes up, right? We kind of end up that way through the whole pattern. So that kind of carries with us through the whole way. Execute the pattern well, though. Right? I like the circles a lot. I like the way she came around here, just ended this one just a touch too soon. But our last circle looked really good. So let me go, we'll go here, ready to walk. We're gonna say she got zero that out. We're gonna go 0 to jog to back. Right here. Jog to back is good. So we'll stop. A little bit off here. Want to lose half point there. This 180, we're gonna lose some points there because that's just not quite the 180 we're looking for. That's going to hurt us a bit. We didn't get that turn on the haunches like we wanted. And then this jog looks really good. Really like the way she used her arena here. Like the way she's keeping this horse between her hands. Again, we just kind of lose points for those toes. Yeah, and remember that riding, right, it carries through all of your riding through the whole pattern. So no matter how well you execute the maneuver, right, if our riding is in a bad place, that's going to carry with us into our movement score, right? So if we're doing the maneuver, but we're getting kind of a lower score than what we want, that might be why, because we could say, you know what, like, yeah, you did a great maneuver, so say we love that big circle, but we had our toes down the entire time, so it's going to affect our score quite a bit, right? But she does a nice job. Does a real nice job. Certainly not too many major mistakes, other than I'd like to see that the 180 circle, like they come around here before you turn, to be just finished, closed up all the way. Hopefully see out some of these other ones. All right, so we got Grace McAllister here. So ready at the walk. Arms a little low. This hand's a little bit forward. I'd like to see that hand be above or slightly in front of your saddle horn. This hand's just a touch low towards our horse's neck. I think she could give this horse a little bit of room with her reins and bring her hand back, and she'd be just a little bit more balanced up there. I don't want to see her like straight arm out there. It looks just a little low. I'd like to see her carrying her arms in space. It's a little bit harder. So jog looks good here. A good stop, good accurate stop. Back up maybe a little bit carried away there. So I just feel like maybe she had stopped asking for her backup a couple steps before that horse gave it to us, right? Like we're backing here. Maybe we're done backing. No, maybe not. She used her feet the whole time. Just looked like we had kind of carried away back up there. I don't want to see them get their head up like that and get a little bit resistant to that backup. Would like to have seen her stay just a little bit more rounded up and really using herself. Just feel like that horse kind of resistant to that. Good stop. Really good turn on the forehand, or the haunches, right? Really like the way that horse rolled back over its hips. Pretty accurate, pretty fast. Big circle looks good. Doing up on the wrong side of that cone. Doing up on the wrong side of that cone, unfortunately. So pattern drawn, want to come on this side of the cone. So we're going to be off pattern there. That is a shame because we do have a good circle here. Do have a good rollback. Here she used her leg well. Sits around there. And like I said, I just want to see a stronger position up there. I feel like her position's a little bit soft, right? Like if we pick those arms up a little bit higher, I think when you drop your arms down a little bit, like maybe I can right here. If you're here like this is a strong position, right? This strong 90-degree elbow. I feel like when you get your hands kind of low, it just looks a little bit soft, maybe a little bit sloppy, and I don't think that's the intent we're looking for. Back gets a little bit rolled over, head and neck gets a little bit in front of our shoulders. Want to make sure that we keep all these lines up, keep everything rolled back, so we stay perched up on this horse a little bit more. I'm a big believer in riding effectively before you ride pretty, right? So I don't want to see my riders perchy, but I just feel like these arms are a little bit low. I feel like that hand's gonna have a tendency to rest on your thigh a little bit. So I want to see bring both these arms up and back just a little bit more because this arm just gets a little bit low. And just kind of drifts around. See, it's just kind of wobbly, right? It's around there. Same thing for our English and our showmanship that we talked about. It doesn't so much matter where we are as long as we're consistent there, right? So if our arms are kind of wobbling through the pattern and we're kind of just finding our way through, that's going to cause some problems in the way we do our patterns. All right, so let's go here. Circle stop looked good. Jog to back looked good. 180 looked really good. Right at the walk looked fine. Unfortunately, the big mistake for us on this pattern is going to be crossing on the wrong side of that cone. So we just want to turn a little bit sooner there, get on the correct side. That's a shame. I like that she pets her horse though. All right, we got Nora Bug. So Rommel Rein here, a little different style. Good walk off, good jog off. I like the way this horse moved willingly up into that. Maybe a little overhandling here. Horse pushes through her stop a little bit more than we'd like to see. So you're maybe gonna lose a point for that, or lose half point for that. A little bit pushy. The backup was good and clean though. Circle looks good. She's using her eyes. She's guiding well. Again, a little bit dribbly through that stop. So here, again, reins are just a touch long, right? I see this happen a lot. Reins get a little bit too long through there. So the horse does dribble a little bit. 180 looked pretty good. Have to be careful in these 180s when you get your hand, when you're like this, with those long reins, right? Because you can get so far over their neck. This horse did a good job with it, but some horses are gonna pull their head this way when you go steer them across that far, when you break that line across their neck that far. As a general rule, you want to work kind of on a little box in front of you, have this kind of space right here, and have those reins be tight enough that that move makes a difference to your horse, right? If you have to come this far over, reins are probably just a little too long. Horse jogs up good, jogs clean. Big circle looks good. She gives herself lots of time. Again, there's a little bit of pushy stop. I think tightening up on her reins would help just a bit. Maybe get a little bit more accurate stop in there. Maybe don't jog, maybe don't start just a little bit before 8. It's kind of hard to tell. Come through here. All right, yeah, so she started pretty far back. Yeah, this line looked good. A little push through the stop. Everything looked good. Very good. If you have her riding, legs get a little bit far forward, toes get a little bit buried through his stirrups. Want to back those toes up just a little bit, use those stirrups a little bit more effectively. Kind of hard to be effective and get the leverage that you need off your stirrups if your feet are buried most of the way through. So ride with the balls of those stirrups on your feet, guys, and pull those legs back. Pull those legs back, because here we see, like, she starts off pretty good. She kind of loses it up here, and then just kind of gets buried, right? If her toes out here, then the stirrup is riding behind the ball of her foot, more on the arch of her foot. Not super effective, but not bad. Just something I noticed. Something as a trainer, right? Definitely gonna notice those kind of things. All right, so we have E-beam. So again, just like to see that ready at cone A. Kind of hard to tell. Hard to tell where we were gonna be. What kind of horse, if we had a horse settled at the cone, right? We don't want to just get there and just take off. No cones out here that I can see. This is novice horsemanship. This is the wrong spot. Don't believe we're eloping this pattern. This must be ranch riding. I'm not sure. Different horse show. I'm not sure what we're watching here. I don't believe there's any eloping in the horsemanship stuff. But yeah, so we got what we have here. Maybe it's ranch riding. Maybe we can clarify. Amy Bean, if you're watching, if you can clarify if that video is just mislabeled or what, maybe we can get some guidance there, because I'm not sure what happened there. So let me make sure I pulled it up from the right place. Yeah, that's the pattern I have. So Kirsty or Alana Bean, just if you're watching, send us a message. Leave something in the chat here and let's clarify this, because this is not the pattern we want to do. Looks good though. I mean, the horse is in the bridle. Tied down. All right, perfect. So then our placings for this class end up with here. So in first place, we're gonna have Nora Bug. Pretty close class, to be honest. Nora Bug's gonna be our first place rider. Very close class. Gonna be our first place rider here. Really like the way she did this pattern. Like this big circle. Just a little pushy through these stops. Want to make sure she gets a little bit less pushy through those stops. Kirsty. Maybe turn the volume down a little bit, huh? Yeah, it looks like she has the right shape of the pattern. She's the wrong gaits. Yeah, she's loping. I agree. Yeah, so this class going to be Nora as our first place horse. Grace is our second Facebook video. This one. Annalise is our second place horse. I like this little ranch horse. Just want to see her toes come up. But I like the way she executed the pattern. So if this is a rail class, right, she's going to take a big hit for that. But because it's a pattern, I like the way that she executes. I like the way she goes through. I like the way she does things. Nice little horse. Nice job. And then this one going to be our third place horse in this class, because we just end up on the wrong side of the cone, which is unfortunate. And then let's take a look at this one here, just to see what we have, so we can offer some constructive criticism here. So the lope looks good, right? We want to make sure. I think we're in a tie down here. I see just a little glimpse of stuff. Of course, want to come out of the tie down. Don't want to be riding that. Stop is pretty good. Back is pretty clean. Horse comes up in its head a little bit, so it's kind of resisting that back up. Then we come through here. It's a good circle. Good, so legs get way in front of us here, right? So we want to pull these legs back underneath of us. We're kind of getting carried away. That leg being that far ahead of us is going to leave that door open for that horse to travel wide, right? So it's going to be able to swing its body really wide through that corner. It's going to be hard for us to make those circles where we want to, and then they're just going to be losing control right here. Unfortunately, like, because we don't have that horse is ready to turn, right? A big sharp roll back here, but we want to slow this horse down, right? Slow everything down for this class. Control is the name of this game, right? So accuracy first and then speed, all right? So I want to see a rider and a horse in control that is accurate first and then add speed to the maneuvers, adds degree of difficulty. But don't add degree of difficulty if you're not accurate first, all right? So accuracy first. So we want to make sure that you're making this circle where you want to be. I know this horse got a lot of forward in it, but like the riding position here is not going to be conducive to making a good straight line coming out of that, right? So especially at the lope, because you're going to have to hold that hip. Remember, a lope's done steering at the hip. So just pull those legs back underneath of you, and then let's work on getting out of that tie down. Let's get that horse a little bit more in control. It looks like you probably run speed with him sometimes. He gets a little bit worked up with us. So let's quiet things down. Take that tie down off, and let's get control of him, right? So he turns really fast, super responsive horse. Probably would be very good at this class. Just want to slow things down. Let's make sure they're accurate first. But nice job, guys. Nice job. So there's our order. There we go. So first, second, Annalise, third, Grace, fourth, Emily. Good. All right, so we can go here, close this one, move here. So we can go to children's horsemanship, 7 in this class. So there's 1. Oops. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Perfect. So this should be all the children, 7 children in the regular horsemanship. So children's horsemanship pattern is going to be here. Load it up. Children's horsemanship pattern is a little loop here. We're doing a little breast cancer ribbon awareness. Where I pink shirt on today for that. So we're going to jog from A to B, around B, extend the jog from B to C. So when we come around here, when our left shoulder passes this cone, we want to see people extend this jog down this line, down this line, all the way down here, stop and back. So this pattern is really going to be separated by how much can you push this extended jog, right? Can you push the extended jog, get a lot of jog here, then get a good solid sharp backup? Does your horse and rider exhibit that crispness that we want to see, right? So that's how you're going to separate yourself in this class, that we can really drive up here, push this horse around, get a good solid pattern, and I want to see an exhibitor that really, really pushes this, okay? All right. So first up, we're going to Emma Wheatcroft. We saw this horse earlier today in English. We really liked him. So we'll back it up. So we got a horse ready to go at cone A, right? That's what we want to see. Horse is in the bridle. Rider looks ready to go. Hands are a little close, but looks pretty good. Leg looks like in a good position. Let's see how she does. Moves up into the jog really crisp, really clean. Lower leg's a little bit wobbly here. Would like to see a little bit stronger lower leg. Gets a little bit loose for me. Wouldn't mind seeing her be just a little bit tighter. So here in this jog around, looking for her to maintain constant distance around that cone. Don't want to see her cut in anywhere. It looks pretty good. So you move up into that extended jog. Maybe a little late, kind of builds that jog. Wouldn't mind seeing her just drive this a little bit more. We're a little bit loose here. Kind of see in there, just before I said it, we kind of see this rider lose the leather, right? So when we see extended jogs, we see this stuff. I want to see a rider that stays close to the leather, and you can see in that stop, if I can get a good pause on it. Right there, right? We leave the leather, okay? So I know we're gathered up, ready to go to a stop. Thank you, Rachel. So I know we were gathered up there, we were ready to go to your stop. Your horse is round, he's tucking hard, but we kind of lose the leather, all right? So make sure you stay tight to the leather when you go around, okay? Because that's going to hurt us a little bit in that stop. We're going to kind of get disconnected to him. We'd like to see a rider stay close to the leather, and that has a lot to do with the tightness of our lower leg right down through here, right? So we said that kind of a little loose through here, especially when you're doing that extended jog. Want to see somebody stay close with their lower leg. Use that leg, hold tight with your calves, get that horse to ride down through there so we don't kind of lose that shock absorber in our leg, and then we end up with a lot of bounce through our extended jog, right? We're not absorbing shock through our legs, so we can't like sit quietly like this, so we end up like bouncing off of his back, right? It's just a little bit too stiff in our back, a little too stiff in our lower leg. Kind of bracing against those stirrups instead of using them to settle into it, right? So we really like her ready to extended jog. I liked her loop a lot. She's really good. Extended jog kind of built to it, so we're only gonna give her half point for that. Our stop, we're gonna take a penalty there because I don't want to see you leave the leather like that. It was a good stop and a really good backup. I really like the way this horse backs. I liked him in the English. I like him still now. So we're gonna pick up some points there. But that stop kind of hurt us a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. He does stop well, but as a rider, right, if this is horsemanship, as a rider, not so much on just the horse, on the riding ability too, and we just kind of lose our stop there. So I just had a little half point penalty there, just because I know, and see, here's the disadvantage, right? I've seen you earlier today. I know your horse is very, very good. I know you're pretty good. So I'm gonna hold you to a little bit higher standard there, and I think that you can do better, right? So those remembering things, that pays off both ways, right? We're gonna hold you to a little bit higher standard because we know we don't want to be leaving the leather right there. So as a rider who's done some winning today, we want to make sure that you're making improvements, and that's going to be the biggest area for me. So make sure that lower leg stays underneath of us, right? See how we stop and the leg slides forward. All right. So you have Sarah next. All right, so we're ready to cone A. Reins are pretty long here, right? So this is horsemanship, so just see this drape in our reins. So this does not give me big hopes for a lot of control for our horsemanship class. I would worry about getting a lot of control, being able to make very accurate moves with this long of rein, okay? So just something to keep in mind, like, and see, yeah, so right away, right, you're watching this with me for the first time also, we see how much room this horse has to just make mistakes like that. So tighten up on those reins, right? Our left rein's a little bit looser than our right rein, so it's gonna be doing some flopping out there. It's just distracting. I wanna see you pick up that free hand, so it's not straight down. We can be a little bit more accurate with it. Loop looked pretty good, maybe a little bit drifty here. Yes, you're very welcome, Emma. I'm glad you're watching. That's a super nice horse. I really like him. And like I said, I'll just be a little bit more critical with you because I know that you're a competitor, right? So we're wanting to do better. Work on that lower leg. So a little bit long here, a little bit loopy through here. Want to see just a little bit tighter line. Remember, we're making that ribbon, right? So kind of making that draw through here. So we end up just pushing out of that just a little bit. This is a pretty long shank for that long of rein, right? So you're gonna have a little bit harder time making good solid contact with this horse. And I just feel like when she comes through here, let me make notes as I go. And that's again one of those things that, like, your leg position, your rein position, all that stuff is going to carry through all of your maneuvers. And if our reins are this long, that's going to carry through and hurt our scores on every maneuver, unfortunately, just because we just don't have that level of control we need, right? This is a pleasure style rein. This is a pleasure style arm in a horsemanship class, right? So I don't want to see that lower arm straight, and I don't want to see this long of rein in a horsemanship class, okay? This arm way in front of our saddle like that. This probably is a very nice pleasure horse, but this is a horsemanship class, and I want to see a rider that maintains good contact, right? And then we can maybe avoid having to make this move, right? And I know like we're done with the pattern at that point, but remember, I'm judging you from the time you come into the arena to the time you leave the arena. So when I see moves like that, wham, right? That's because the reins are too long. That's not his fault, right? He just had room to do that. So remember, you're being judged from the second you enter to the second you leave, even if there's someone else on the pattern. So because the camera's still rolling, right? We're still being judged. We do finish our pattern here, but I just don't want to see that move, right? So yeah, that horse, he did step forward, but he had the ability to because these reins were so long, right? So, and the same thing here, right? He reaches around and bites this fly because the reins are so long. So let's tighten up on these reins. Let's see a little bit more pleasure contact, and let's go from there. Okay. I do like the way she rides, though. She gets her toes in the stirrups, keeps her legs back. I do like that a lot. Unfortunately, that the long reins are going to hurt you through every maneuver. That's going to carry through and make it hard to earn plus points for things, right? Right. So Grace ready to go, cone A. So yeah, I like this position here. Horse a little bit beyond her hand. Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit tighter rein here, or at least a little bit more contact to where this horse kind of accepts that pressure. Part of horsemanship to me is the ability to keep your horse round, keep your horse in frame, all right? So we could say to people, I want to see riders that can move with a horse, right? That they keep everything engaged, keep everything framed up. Obviously this class is not on our horse's movement, but it is on the ability to keep this horse in a frame, right? So that comes through How good are you in your hands? How good are you on your feet? And keeping this horse's belly engaged so that he can stay in a round frame. So he looks more similar to like this right here, right? This horse is in a round frame. That's kind of what we're going for, all right? So two-handed in the snaffle. It does move off nice into a jog. We do have a little bit more speed than the other patterns. Doesn't matter to me so much, but we do get a little bit drifty around that corner as far as like where her arms and body are. And again, I just feel like this loop in the middle is just a little bit too big for her. She's kind of be fishing around here. Big extended jog, but maybe we could keep these legs underneath of us and a little bit stronger, right? So same kind of thing. The other piece of this, do you see how, and it's kind of hard to tell, I don't know if you guys can tell or not. Do you see this knee coming off of this saddle, right? So I see daylight between her knee and the saddle. So that tells me her stirrups just a little bit too short. And you see this extreme bend right here, right? She's got long legs. So these stirrups need to come down probably 2 holes, which will help us stretch this line out and get a lot longer leg, right? Which will help her make it around those corners. Maybe she won't have to be two-handed to snaffle. And maybe she just has a lot better control overall, especially for this extended jog line, right? If her stirrups are this long or this short, it's just eating up all of this leg right here. She has a lot of upper leg to ride with. So we could stretch this down and she could have a lot closer contact with her calves, which is gonna help her absorb that shock down through that extended jog. So just a bit too short here. And again, I mean, children's horsemanship, right? People are growing like a weed. Good stop, good backup. I do like that. So we're gonna go race. So extended jog got just a little bit out of control, right? Would like to have seen a little bit more control through this. And I say out of control just because we're beyond the bridle and our legs, like we only have contact basically right through here, right? Where this is floating, this heel is just kind of bouncing around. You guys can see that spur kind of bouncing along. And we just don't have those legs underneath of us the way we would need to ride that extended jog effectively, right? So we are gonna pick up a little minus there. Loop looked pretty good. Let's go back to the beginning. Good, I like the way she steers this loop. Comes around through here. Pretty tight to that cone on that side. Stays pretty tight on this side, maybe a little bit wider. Nah, pretty good. Line looks really good. So we'll give her credit for that. All right, awesome, nice job, Grace. So here, perfect. All right, so we have Ellie next. All right, so ready at the Kone. Would like to see this elbow come back a little bit. I think those hands get a little bit too close together, and then it becomes hard to tell which is our rein hand, right? So kind of the same thing we saw with one of the other patterns we were watching earlier, where that arm, that lead hand, your rein hand gets a little bit too far forward, okay? So we want to see this rein hand be at or slightly up in front of your saddle horn, okay? So if my saddle horn is here, I want your arm to be here or slightly in front of it, all right? So we're here like this, either in front of our saddle, on top of our saddle horn, or slightly in front, all right? Don't be down here touching our neck, okay? So this, to me, does not speak control, right? I don't want to have that hand way down here because it does a lot of things, right? It pulls my shoulders forward, pulls my upper body forward, and just not very conducive to control, right? Because I fear that when you go to pick up on this horse, you're going to be up here anyway, all right? So just operate right here. So most of our horsemanship is going to be done like this, right? We rock our wrist up, we maybe lean back with our shoulders, we come here, or move off to the side and be right here, all right? That way you kind of avoid having to pick up quite so far, okay? And I just feel like these hands get a little bit too close, right? So I'm gonna pull this elbow back, keep that elbow at our side because it's kind of out here, right? Squeeze your whole upper arm right through there. Because then again, we see this arm just changing positions a lot, right? So we talked about style versus inconsistency. This is a little bit of inconsistency coming across there. And here we just see that rein just too low, right? She touched her horse's neck, very close to it, just too low. Does execute the line pretty well, not too bad. Time for go for a walk. How about a walk? Not now. So do want to see a little bit stronger leg down that extended trot line, right? We get a little bit bouncy through here. We kind of see not effectively absorbing shock right there, right? So that leg, actually your piston, right? That's your shock absorber. I want to see all that drama come down through their leg. So that way your upper body can stay really quiet. So I always tell people, separate your upper body from your lower body. All the drama, all the action happens down here. I want from here up to be very quiet, all right? And we see, like coming down this line, we just lose a little bit of that crispness coming across here. A lot of that has to do with why our arm is moving, right? Because we're just losing some of that crispness. We're not absorbing shock terribly efficiently through our leg. And we just kind of get a lot of play out there with that hand, right? It's a good stop. It's a good clean backup. Of course, we'd always like to see a little bit more roundness, a little bit more tuck, right? This is a horse and rider combination that's yielding to the bit, right? So if we have, I'll go back to it, not quite as much tuck to that, not as much yielding to that bit. So I want to see that roundness, right? Horse does push on her a little bit, and that stop doesn't quite settle. Again, not a huge deal. We are done judging at that point. But yeah, so we come through here. We'll make some notes. I do like the way she jogs off. We'll call her ready at the cone. And again, like that hand position, that's just kind of one of those things that carries all the way through. So it's going to be hard to pick up points in other places because we do get a little bit of that hand positions in the wrong spot. So and we're talking about not losing points, right? But we're talking about gaining points. We want everybody to get in the realm of positive points so that you're not like getting points taken off, but then you start gaining points to say, wow, that was a really pretty maneuver. So kind of the same thing here where your maneuvers may be okay, right? They're good, but we kind of lose some of that because of where our hand position is, kind of where we end up on that trot line, right? All right, so we've got Emma. Skips putt pit. Skips putt pit. All right, so we're ready, cone A, right? Looks good. I like this chin up. I like this smile on our face, right? Looks pleasant. Looks like we're gonna have a good time out there. And that's really what it's about, guys. Go out there and have fun, right? Go out there and have fun. Make it look like it was fun to ride. Make it look like it was exciting to ride. Don't go out there and be like just kind of tight and like not confident. Go out there and have a good time. All right, because I want to be out there riding with you. You know, like I'm sitting in a chair here. I want to be out there riding with you. I want to be every stride of the way. Show off how cool your horse is. That's what we're looking for. So I like this look. I like this presentation. I like this jog a lot. Horse is really tight, stays in the bridle nice. Reins are maybe a touch long. I see a little bit of wobble there. We'll be curious to see how she handles that the rest of the pattern, especially for the extended trot to stop. We do make a nice crisp corner right there. Very good. There's an extension there. Maybe a little safe, right? Maybe just could have pushed that a little bit harder. I think if that horse was a little bit tighter on those reins, she could drive it a little bit harder down that line. I think it's hard when you have a long rein, when you push your horse. Remember, you're not extending his legs at that point. You're just sending him forward, all right? So there's a difference between extending his legs and getting a longer stride versus just sending him forward and getting a quick choppy stride, because that's just a faster jog, all right? So if I'm looking for an extended jog, maybe not the best example of it here, because we just kind of get a faster jog. And that's part of that is just because we're not driving to our reins, right? And then here we see that problem with the longer reins. We see this all the time. Reins are too long, so we end up having to lift our hand so high, right? If you take out the slack right there, you take out the distance, you move your hand down on those reins, not only do you make that extended jog prettier, but you also make your stop from here to here, right? So think about that. Think about your rein length, because if your reins are shorter, right, then you come from here, this means just as much as this did when you went to your stop. So we can just get a better stop here, right? I know we were really pushing for a hard stop, and we did get a good stop, but maybe a little too much hand help there, right? We'd like to see just a little bit less. And then same thing for your backup, right? We don't have to lift our hand quite so high if we just rock our wrist back, right? If we just roll our wrist up to us, then we can go to our extended jogging right here, pushing that horse to the bridle. We stop hard, we back up, and we just leave that hand right there, right? As opposed to here, we keep it down, and now we can't really, we kind of have to float that a little bit. We're kind of a little bit lost there. So we'd like to see that. Legs get a little bit ahead of us. Toes get a little bit straight here. And again, thinking about her position coming across here. Your ability to execute the pattern comes first for me, and then your riding ability comes next. So that's why if you ever go to the horse shows and you see, like at our shows, we do a pattern and then we bring people back for the finals, and we do the finals on the rail. And that's usually where your riding ability, like where your actual position is, that's where we're judging that part. So for me, first and foremost, your ability to execute a pattern, and then comes your riding ability, right? And that's just going to be as a secondary score, all right? Or just a secondary factor compared to how well did you execute the pattern, right? So she comes through, she's driving this horse, she's really pushing it on. I appreciate that. As a judge, I know that the stop that she attempted to do was a little bit higher degree of difficulty. So something to keep in mind. We are going to reward her for this bigger stop, bigger backup, that she was pushing this pattern a little bit harder. So yeah, so I think that maybe the points that we gained for the extended jog that we do here, right, that we did make a big extension, we did make a big change, but maybe we lose a couple points. Like maybe if that was a +1 extended jog, then we lose just a little bit for having to losing a little bit of control through our legs, right? We didn't really extend that jog, but we did make a big difference, which is better than some of the other ones. I like the way she jogged, though. I like that she was ready at cone A, and I do like the way that she jogged off. Good. Horse just takes 1 or 2 steps to get into that, so she does execute that pattern well. Cool. All right, so we have Trisha Bush is next. We can go here. Let me add in a couple spots in my spreadsheet. All right, so ready at cone A. Again, range is a little bit long, right? We see this kind of, yes, Amanda, I did judge the English classes. Just the youth, though, not the senior or the amateur. Senior open. Just the youth. Just doing the youth, and then we'll wrap up this today, probably the next 45 minutes or so, and then we'll go from there. So, children's horsemanship, we've got this one right here. Range a little bit long. Leg looks good, though, right? We keep that leg back underneath of us pretty well. Big nod, right? We saw that earlier today in the showmanship. Do you want to see that big nod go away? Just because, like that, the helmet line here tells on us, right? The big nod. Just start your pattern, right? Maybe just a little, like look over and then onto the pattern. Okay, don't really need the big nod. I'll nod at you. So coming around. Loop here looked really good. We do see this horse drift off a little bit to the outside. Some of that has to do with our longer rein, right? So same thing we saw with the other horse. Having a longer rein gives that horse room to come over here. If our reins are tighter, maybe he stays a little bit straighter, right? Something to think about, that we want to get this horse in between our hands just a little bit more, right? We got 4 corners of control here. Both reins, both feet. So work between those 4 corners, okay? Work between those 4 corners. So let's go ahead and watch again. We'll judge it as we go. Lots to segue. Do you have a suggestion to get more comfortable in the bridle with a tighter rein? He's used to long pleasure rein, not as comfortable. Yeah. Yes, that's going to be the challenge, right? So that's honestly the difference between a pleasure horse and a horsemanship horse is one that sits on the bridle and sits in the reins. So if we want to push towards getting our horses better in the horsemanship, we're going to have to gradually tighten up on those reins, teach that horse to be comfortable. And what that is driving to the bit, all right? So that's the biggest difference for horsemanship for me is a horse that drives to the bit. I want to see a horse drive to the bridle. So if your nose is out here, he doesn't have to drive his legs to anything, right? He just drives his legs out there and he keeps his nose out and everything just kind of keeps going out that open door. If you can close that bridle, close that wall and push everything to that wall, then that horse gets round behind it and you have kind of this look right here, right? Where Emma's getting this horse to really round up. I know this example we keep going back to, but that's really, and then you see the credit earning extended trot here, right? This is a good extension as far as the horse goes, right? We did talk about her extended jogging, but we do have a good round stop and a good round backup. So this is just work, right? It's just work that this exhibitor put into her horse to teach him to drive to the bridle and teach him to stay down in her hand. And we kind of don't see that with some of these other examples. So yeah, and that to me is the difference between a green horse and a broke horse, right? So we have a little bit greener pattern horse, like you said, that a greener horse is not going to take that kind of tight contact. As your horse gets more broke, as it gets more comfortable with it, just working on getting there, right? And we've done lots of videos on that and try to help as many people as we can, because that's the biggest difference for me in doing horsemanship versus pleasure, is the contact, teaching your horse to accept contact. All right, so I do like the way she jogs. The jog itself is a little bit soft, right? It's a little bit slow. It's a horsemanship class, so given that she extends this out pretty hard, right? But we do lose some points because we do have to handle our horse. We're going to need to see, I'd like to see just a little bit more working pace here, right? The horse gets a little walky behind right there. Wouldn't mind seeing her step up this jog just a little bit. The loop does end up pretty good. She guides that around really well. I like the way she uses her eyes. Extended jog, we are going to take a little penalty there because of the head tilt to the side. Stop's a little dribbly, it's a little soft. Maybe not a penalty, but not credit earning either. Backup was good. We do get the nod. The nod was a little bit softer that time. That's pretty good. Do like that better. So again, bring this arm back a little bit so our arms aren't quite so far out in front of us. And then watching these toes, right? Toes end up down a little bit. We do end up, like right here, we see we're just a little bit off position. Our leg looks good here. These strips could probably go down also, right? She's got a long leg. Eat up some more of that horse's heart girth and be a little bit more balanced up there. Might help a bit. So, yeah, I do like how she finishes up though. Pretty accurate, good backup. Nice job. All right, so we have Emma Brandon. All right, so Emma, ready at cone A. Looks good. Can't really see this arm. Outfit throws it off just a little bit with the lighting. And again, something to think about. So this arm, rein hand's a little bit low, right? We talked about how we want it to be at or above, in front of your saddle horn, just somewhere in this region, right? So this arm straight down here, just it's gonna be a weird spot for us. It's gonna be hard to do horsemanship and not, see how it's pulling her shoulder forward, right? It's twisting her body. So you can see where she's riding and she's twisted, right? And it's purely because this hand is just staying too far forward. So keep that in mind when you ride. Pick your arm up and get a little bit more square with your shoulders so you can always look where you're going and stay square to where you're going. All right, so our arm does change position, right? So we do want to make sure that our arm stays the same. And this is what I was afraid of, right? That we start with that arm really low. And that was the shorter rein, right? So she's using a shorter rein, but the horse just doesn't accept that pressure, right? So this is what you're talking about, where our horse got to learn to move into pressure. So here the horse kind of floats above that bit, and our arm just isn't sure where to go, right? It kind of stays out in front of us. It's pretty far in front of the saddle horn. You see where it's, when she comes around here, you'll be able to see how far it's twisting her shoulders, right? She's coming around that corner, and you can see a lot of outside shoulder like this, right? Because that arm is just pulling us so far forward. When we come around a corner, we want to be like this, straight across those shoulders, moving our body. If anything, be leading with your outside shoulder on this corner, right? Because I'm turning this way. So if I was turning, I'd want to look where I'm going rather than twist my body this way and then look over my shoulder like this, right? Kind of awkward position. We end up like we did in showmanship, right? Where we just end up twisting our body in different directions. We'll kind of have to be an owl and have your head on 360 swivel. It does extend forward here, maybe not as much extension as we would like to have seen, but she does lean forward up onto it. Kind of a little different style to say, oh, I'm going to send my horse out. Don't really need to do that in a horsemanship class. Again, I'd like to see a horse that stays on the vertical, pushes its legs, extends its legs to its face, rather than sliding her hand forward, giving him room to just extend everything, all right? So I want him to extend his jog, not just go forward, all right? And there's a difference between the two. We talk about separating a horse's body. I want to send his legs out ahead of me rather than just send everything out together, right? Send his legs out. This is an extension of his legs. Take a longer step, but keep everything else back here with me, is how we describe it. So we do see that hand ends up getting just a little bit too far forward down that neck. The backup is really clean though, really soft backup. Does execute that well. I don't love seeing the lean forward, honestly. It's not my favorite, especially in horsemanship class, because I want everything to stay tight and crisp and clean, okay? So let's go back with the judges as we go. So horse is ready to jog. Maybe a little bit of leave right there. You kind of pull that horse head out of the bridle. That's a rider mistake to me. That's all feeling your hand, right? If we pick that hand up and that horse just doesn't take that bridle and starts to lift his head up, I'm gonna stop lifting, right? If I feel that horse and he drops into that pressure, that's a training thing. Getting our horse to where he accepts that pressure and stays down, rounded up here, will help everything in your pattern. And then we won't have to kind of hold him back here, right? We don't really start to trust him until we get about halfway down that line. If you think about here, we don't trust, and then now we trust him. We're back to showing, right? This free elbow is a little too far back. If I can see your elbow behind your back, it's hard to tell with my suit coat, right? If I see your elbow behind your back, it's just too far back, all right? So make sure that it's in line right here. If it's back like this, it's just too far back. So let's bring that arm forward a little bit, and then let's bring these legs back. And horsemanship's not a natural position, but it should be fairly natural. And there you can see the daylight between her elbow. You can see it better a little bit further. can see the daylight between her elbow and the back of her arm right there, right? It's gonna be hard for her to keep her arm solid if it's back here because it's just gonna have a tendency to wing around. Sliding that arm forward will give you more of a base to hold tight to right here. You can really hold that bicep tight against your upper body. And then with avoiding looking pinchy, right? I don't wanna look like this where I'm pinching, but just relax down at my sides, right? Hold tight right here in your armpit and kind of keep that pressure pretty consistently all the way down through your body. That arm gets a little bit too out here, it's gonna be too easy to wobble it, all right? I'm gonna be chicken winging it around the pattern. Yeah, rest of the pattern looks pretty good. Like I said, I don't love the extended jog. Not a penalty per se, but not credit earning for me. Stop is pretty good, and the back was really good. Awesome, very good. Do believe that's all we have in this class. Let me make sure. So here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 horses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. So we have everybody. So we can go back. We can tally these scores up. We'll let you watch this. This is our winner for today in the horsemanship. I do believe. Let's make sure everybody has 70. Possibly. Wait. Yeah, so that's our winner for today. Emma Wheatcroft's going to be our winner. So we have this horse right here, really executed the pattern well. I like the way that she did this. Horse stays in the bridle well. She's a beautiful rider. Lines look good, legs look good. If anything, legs get a little bit loose through this extended trot. You guys can kind of watch that again. Does a really good job here. I like this horse, I like this rider combination. We've seen them a couple times today. They're doing a great job together. Christina, does not matter which hand you hold the reins in, no. I personally ride left-handed. I am left-handed. Macy rides right-handed. She is right-handed. Doesn't matter to me either way. I think the traditional look is your left hand in the reins, if only because cowboys had to shake hands or fire their gun or throw their rope, right? So keeping that in mind, I'm left-handed, so for me, it should be right-handed that I'm riding because I would throw my rope and shake hands and use my gun on the left hand. But yeah, traditional left hand, doesn't matter though. If anything here, I think she keeps her hands a little bit too close. Would like to see her open this hand up. Maybe keep this line a little bit crisper. But she does a great job here. Very, very nice. Ready to show today. I like it. So she's going to be our winner today. In second place is going to be Emma Kessler, this one right here. Oops. This is our second place horse. Like the way she executed this pattern. Like how she goes through here. Pretty accurate. She drives that pattern. So like I said, that was going to be the deal breaker for me, was someone that drives that pattern up, right? We get that good hard stop. I like that a lot. Third place going to be Grace. Grace third. This one right here. Then we have Ellie. Where's Ellie? Ellie right here. Ellie did a really nice job. Just want to see this horse just carry the bridle a little bit more, right? So the difference between this ride and the other ride is that this horse bridles up just a little bit harder. Does get a little bit loose kind of everywhere in her position, but it stays fairly solid. You don't want to be like, oh, we got to tighten everything up. But we do want to make sure that we're not getting broke forward in our midline, right? So we kind of get our upper body leaning forward. We kind of don't absorb shock underneath of us like this. This is why we have our heels underneath our shoulder, underneath our hip, right? So everything absorbs shock this way, okay? So we kind of get a little bit broken forward, and we're not able to absorb the shock too effectively down this line. But she did a good job. Stop was pretty good. Back was pretty good. Everything fluid, everything moving. So good job. Then we have Trisha. So this is our fifth place horse. So let me write these down first. Second, third, fourth, sixth. Yes. All right, so this ended up being our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth place horse. Liked how she did the pattern. Pretty good. Sarah, do you believe? Long rein. No, Emma. Sorry. In this order. There's our word. And again, the long range just really hurt us on this one. So I just think that we had to handle too much. The pleasure hand, making sure everything stays tight. I do appreciate the fact that the horse stopped good. I do appreciate the horse backed good, but we just have to get more horsemanship style for me, right? It just hurts us a lot. And like I said, it just carries through every maneuver, right? So it's not that you're doing bad things, right? But it's just that we just got to get that horse raised a little bit more horsemanship. Arian, I do, yes. I'm judging the All Breed Virtual Horse Show next week. I don't know if we're doing that one live or not. I think the pattern, the results have to be in by Thursday. Heather, you're very welcome. I'm as excited. Awesome. Very good. Yeah, that's all it is, right? Just putting the time in, getting him broke. That's what we want to see. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. You did a great job. So nice job, ladies. We'll move into next class. So I believe we're into trail. Right? Yes. Let's do lead line. All right, so we have our lead lines here. The future of the industry, always love seeing this class, always love seeing the up-and-comers. That's what we want. Gotta keep bringing the youth in, getting people involved. So this is our industry. This is the future. Horse gets a little bit worried about that trot right there. Do want to get him more comfortable. Rider does a good job. Looks up, sits up tall. Gets a little bit leaning forward through that. A little bit worried about that horse trotting. We get more confident about that, and that'll help that horse stay calm too, right? So if we wanna stay relaxed through that, we'll help that horse stay calm. Make sure that horse feels your energy, right? He feels if you're nervous. He can feel fly land on his back, so he definitely can feel you up there, getting a little bit nervous, leaning forward. So just making sure you stay calm, stay relaxed up there, stay confident. So it looks like it's fun to ride. Nice job though. Let me make some notes. Good backup. Horse is happy. Exhibitor is happy. Stirrups a little bit long on this left side and this right side. We kind of end up leaning off the outside. Make sure you keep that weight centered up. Check those stirrups. Make sure that they're even so we don't end up kind of broken off this side and worry about sliding. Whether it's the saddle that slid or he slid or the stirrups longer. Whatever ended up happening there. Stirrups volume. Do we volume? Not sure if we'll be here. Edward's 6 years old. He's been riding for 2 years. Good job, Edward. Nice job, bud. All right. So, Vinny. Maybe finger in the thing here. All right, Vinny. Vinny keeping that upper body tight, keeping his chin up. I like that. Keeping those legs underneath of him really good. Bouncy trot, right? We got a finger in the camera. So really good job guiding this horse around, steering this horse around. I like that. I like to keep his arms up, keeps his position good. Stirrups just a touch short. They could probably go down just a little bit, help him out. Get him some more effective leg through there. Stays pretty tight to the leather, gets a little bit bouncy in there. I think dropping those stirrups down will help him a little bit with that. Absorb some of that shock down through his leg and make things a little bit easier for him. Get some volume on this one.
Stop.
Oh,
Back her up. Okay. What's your name?
What's your horse's name?
How long have you been riding?
How long have you been riding?
2 years.
2 years.
Okay, give Willow a pet.
Awesome. Appreciate you petting your horse there. Always thank your horse for a job well done. We want to ride positively. Get that horse to work for you. Everything you can do to make him work for you, be your buddy, right? That's your dance partner right there. That's your partner in crime. So nice job, bud. Very good. So we see a little bit better position to our legs, right? We finish up a little bit more square in the saddle. Heels are even across there, shoulders stay up. That's what we're looking for. Good job, buddy. All right, we have Chloe. Colonial Freedom. Big boy. All right, so Chloe staying tight in the reins up there, staying really good through her legs. Tight to the leather, I like that a lot. Absorbing that shock well. Good. Keeps your shoulders up good through the transitions. Nice round turn there. Free arm gets a little bit high here. I want to keep that free arm relaxed, keep those legs underneath of us. We kind of get maybe a little worried about that horse leaving on us. There you go. Kind of leaning back, holding that horse back a little bit. Make sure you keep everything right here. Stay square. Oops, fine. Good.
My name is Chloe. I'm 7 years old, and I've been riding for 1 year.
For 1 year, wow, she's doing a great job for 1 year. That's awesome. So a really good start on this one. Chloe, you're doing awesome for just your first year of riding. That's awesome. But make sure that free arm stays under control. Keep that leg underneath of you, right? We get that leg gets a little bit far ahead of us here. We kind of brace against our stirrup. We kind of push our leg that way, which leans your upper body back, right? If you're kind of leaning back against those stirrups, kind of puts you right here. That's the majority of our problem is coming from that right there. We want to make sure you keep this leg underneath you. It's going to keep your upper body back and keep that line good, right? We want to talk about a line from our shoulder through our hip, through our heel, right? Good job. Especially for just 1 year. That's awesome. So Jaisley, I think that's how you pronounce that, Jaisley. That's a unique name. We have a plane or something. Crop duster. Jay's has got an adorable little palomino here. Love the pink. Pink on a palomino looks really good. Oh, she's got sunglasses on. She's cruising around. She's showing off up there. Bouncy horse, right? Always hard to ride those bouncy ones.
Stop. Back.
Good. What's your name? Jaisley Adams. How old are you, Jaisley?
3.
You're 3. And what's your
3.
horse's name? Louise. Okay, thank you. Good girl, Louise.
Good job. Good job petting your horse. Love to see that. Love to see you guys enjoying your horses. That's what we want. That's what it's all about, right? We love our horses out here.
Great.
So I love the sunglasses.
Jaisley Adams.
3 years old. That's awesome, Jaisley. Good
3.
job.
And what's your horse's name? Louise. Okay,
Louise.
thank you. Good girl, Louise.
Did a great job. Thanks for coming out. Love having it. So Caden, Scooby. Now, Caden did a really good job in the showmanship. Scooby just got a little bit ahead of him. So be excited to see how he does here. Really crushed it in the showmanship. Remember him from earlier. Adorable little team here. Do we have volume on this one? Yeah. Super bouncy pony, right? Little mini trot. But he's having a blast. That's what we want to see. Good job. So just want to work through those legs a little bit, right? Let's get standing up in those stirrups. Let's start working on getting strong through those legs so we can get our heels down and our toes up. The heel down will help you a lot in absorbing some of that shock, right? Because if we get our toes down, then everything just kind of jams through our butt. Get your heels down, get your toes up so you can kind of ride that shock down through your ankles, right? Just work on getting stronger in that saddle, and we'll be able to absorb the shock of that little mini Scooby's bouncy trot, right? We'll be able to absorb that a little bit better, be a little bit easier ride for you.
Alright, how old are you? What's your horse's name? How long have you been riding?
1 year.
Good job.
Caden also in his first year riding. That's awesome. Doing a really good job with Scooby here. He looks like you got a good little dude to be your partner. I love seeing that. It's such a good picture. You guys are awesome. Of course, everybody wins when you get to show your horse again, right? We're all kind of trapped up in our houses. So everybody, obviously a winner. But if we had to place the class, and we have to, we're going to give the win to Chloe here. She did a really good job. She's in her first year of showing. Really like, that's a little loud. Really like the way she rides here. She stays close to the horse, keeps his arm under control, and that's a big horse. She gets a little bit of challenge there, so she does a good job. So Chloe's going to be our winner. Then Vinny's going to be second. We're going to go Edward next, I believe. Oops, I just trying. Yeah, so we're gonna go Caden next, then Edward, then Jaisley. So Jaisley rode in the magic saddle, this little helper seat, but she did an awesome job. Everybody did an awesome job. There's gonna be our final order. Congratulations, Chloe, Vinny, Caden, Edward, and Jaisley. You guys are awesome. We love seeing you guys here. Love having you. Love getting to know your horses. You guys are amazing. That's Trump. That's not what we want. Really good job, guys. Really good job. Make sure I have those written down. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Really appreciate it. All right. So that leads us into in-hand trail. A couple in-hand trail entries, a stick horse, horsemanship, and then that wraps up our youth. And we'll probably take a little break, and then we'll get started with the amateur stuff. Maybe a little Pepsi break, and we'll get started. All right. So we will load up these in-hand trail entries. First one we have Tiny Tot in-hand trail. Give these youth exhibitors credit. I certainly was not doing this with my horse when I was a tiny tot. So you guys doing awesome. So tiny tot, all of our in-hand trail today is going to be doing this pattern right here. So we're going to trot through the cones. We're going to do this little serpentine right here. Come back around to the middle of those cones. Come through the trot into the chute. We're going to back the L. We're going to walk over the poles to the side pass. This used to be a side pass left over the poles. We decided that was a little bit too challenging, so we're going to do a square corner left, square corner right to the bridge. Walk over the bridge, into the box, 360 turn to the right, walk out of the box, and finish. Coffee time, yes, exactly. All right, so let's see how we do. Let's go here, score sheets, here. Let's go Libby, Sienna, Ariana. All right, so, ready at the cone. We have this drop pattern pulled up. So trying the serpentine first. Try the serpentine. Horse staying up with her a little bit tight to that cone. Would like to see her come just a little bit wider through there so she can get herself a little bit more room. Kind of want to hit these a little looping pattern, right? So kind of coming through there a little bit tight, which puts us a little bit tight through here. She's got a big trot going though. She's really pushing this hard. Come through the middle. Horse staying up with her nice. Good trot on this horse. Over the pole, there, just clean over that log. Like seeing that a lot. Yes, Courtney, we did the tiny tot horsemanship. So we do step over the log here, and we bump that one. Little tick there. Guiding this horse through. We do get a little bit crunched in our body here. We're gonna have a hard time making this log. Want to straighten it out. She does a good job recovering that, getting that horse's head pulled around so she can spin that hip out. Very good. And Courtney, if you want to watch this back, I'll stop the stream after this. It'll be the end of our youth show. We'll stop the stream, restart it so that the youth can upload, and we'll have all of those at once. So let's just watch that walkthrough back again. So he does end up reaching for that log right there. Would have mind seeing him take another step right there. Kind of stretches for that log. He probably could have fit another stride in there before he entered the logs, and we wouldn't end up kind of funky like right there. He just takes that huge step, kind of funky through there. Where you get 2 feet in one box, right? Didn't end up trying that square corner. We'll see if the other ones do or not. That was kind of a late change to our pattern. Good over the bridge, doesn't hesitate a bit. Good into the box. Tight turn for him. Nice job. Nice job. So we're good over the bridge. We did good in the box. Trot the corner. We did not trot the corner. We'll see if the other ones did or not, because that was kind of a late addition. We were really good through the chute. Make sure we watch this back. Really good through the chute. We did tick a couple times through the log. So we are going to take a deduction there. We did get just a little bit hesitated here, a little bit off kilter. Want to make sure that horse stays straight in his head and tail, right? So when you're backing the L, you're going to put a little bit of bend in his body, but he just didn't recover from that bend. We didn't have quite enough control over this left hip here. If that left hip had moved around with us, then we get that whole body swinging around. Would have been much easier. We did split these walk poles, so that will be a slight penalty there for splitting that. Where he gets 2 feet in the wrong box, right? You guys can see that again. Here's our 2 feet. Walk up here. Would have liked to see him just step right here, right? He kind of reached for that. Look at that big stretch of our horse. If he just stepped right here, then it'd been 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs out, right? But here he comes here, and then we end up with 2 feet in this box because we're just kind of off. Oops, make you guys dizzy. Come up here, we can see that again. That reach right there hurt us because now we're 2 feet in that box, right? We have 1 foot here, 1 foot here. Not quite how we ended up to do that. Really nice job, though. Really nice job. I do like how this horse stays up with her. He moves up clean through everything. Looks like he's just a good citizen. Very pleasant through all of it. And just stays right there with her. I like that a lot. She's very careful through this. Yeah, awesome job. Walks clean out of there. Great. Perfect. Nice job, Louie. So we have Sienna next. So we're here, ready at cone A. I like the way she was ready right there. Very good. Horse moves up into a trot. He's a little bit slow through the trot. I believe it's the same horse. A little slow to trot off, but now she's weaving through those cones really nice. Looping around, making a good loop here. Cameraman's doing some work too. Maybe a little tight right there, but we kind of ran out of room in our arena. That's okay. Really clean into that. Doesn't miss a beat there, doesn't hesitate at all. That's what I want to see. I want to see horse just freely moves over those logs as if they weren't there, and just doesn't tick them. So a little bit cleaner through this chute here with this one. Keeps everything moving. Here's the same problem, right? So here, we got to have that left hind moving, right? She comes back, resets things. I get control of his left hind, right? So we did a couple videos in showmanship on that one. And then we ended up kind of rolling that log because there's twice now he didn't make that corner, right? So a little bit more control. So when you put pressure off to the outside, that left hind steps back, right? We just don't have enough control of that left hind to be able to make that maneuver. So he did kind of do the same thing there again to us, where he just kind of messed his strides up. Would like to see him come land in there. Now, in order to make it over all this, he's got to really stretch. And there you have to do the same thing. Put 2 feet in that box, right? So we're going to walk that corner again, so we'll see how our last exhibitor, Ariana, does it. If everybody gets it wrong, then we will just own it for what it is, right? We'll judge what's put in front of us. But good, good. Very nice, very nice. So same. All right, we're back. So I lost our little video there. My phone said, nope, I've been live for far too long today. I quit. I'm taking a break. There we go. All right, so we're back. We'll restart this. So I think our a little bit back into this log. I'm doing just here in this corner. Here, we kind of step back and reset and kind of a little bit best do that. Just to get this moving, just open it up a little bit more. A little bit. My phone is slow down. The phone's break. Can you confirm? Are you watching? I see that. Let me.
Your audio is all messed up.
I know. I see. That's kind of messed up. One little break. Break in like see that. So we're gonna need to actually I think and then I think we've been live a little too long on my phone's getting a little hot. So we can see pause this. Transition, be right back. 1 second, guys. Okay, we'll try that. Is that better? So we get Macy's phone. I have an iPhone now. My phone's just tired. So hopefully that's a little bit better. I think it's better on my end. I see it's a little bit more clean. Okay, perfect. Just had to restart it. So hopefully that fixes things and we can get through this and then give our phone a little break and then start into our amateur stuff for the day. All right, so I think this exhibitor just did a little bit, I think the first exhibitor did just a little bit better job recovering from this. Kind of the same problem with both of them, but I think as it stands right now, our first exhibitor did just a little bit better job. Let me move this here. Rest of this is really clean. Again, right in the same problem here, right? So you can't really fault one or the other either way. All right, so let's see how Ariana did, our last exhibitor for this class. Horse a little slow to move off into his trot. He does trot around here really clean though. She's doing a good job. Pleasant expression on her face. I like to see that a lot. Coming through. Very clean into the box. Little shoot here. Big horse too, right? So this is going to be a tough corner for her to make. She'll give herself lots of room by starting on the left side of this though. So that's really good. She's got plenty of room to come around there. Very careful around here. Still maintaining smooth cadence through that. Really like how she executed that. Kept everything in motion, kept that momentum going, had that metronome set and step, 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 step through there. Really like the way she did that. So we're going to come through here into this walk pulls. Clean, 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 perfect. That's how it should be done, right? So we saw that difference between the two. The other horses kind of split that, had two legs in one box. We don't see that on this horse. Much better through there. Yeah, so we're all going to walk this corner. That's perfectly fine with me. We were going to side pass that. We decided not to. We've got a tarp instead of a bridge here. That is fine. Horse handles it in stride. Not worried at all. Moving into the box. Hugs that left side of the box. I like that. That's smart showing. You're going to hug the left side. So you're doing a right turn here. Tight box. She's got this horse really pivoting over his back end. Really working hard around there. She moves through like no big deal. Super clean. Makes it look easy. I like it a lot. Very, very good job, Ariana. That's going to be our winner for today. Absolutely. So that's what we're going for. So that horse just super clean pattern. Just well executed. She drove that horse through the whole pattern. Handled everything in stride. That's what I like to see. Want to see everybody drive their horse through, and that's a great example of it, right? So this little girl's got a bright future in showing. She's very confident out there. She knows what she's doing. She knows how she wants to handle each maneuver. She's got a plan. She hugs the left side of the box. She hugs the left side of the chute. She knows she's making that back in the L, so she wants to give her horse lots of room. And maybe that helps out some of our other exhibitors to be able to kind of enter that chute and stay on that left side, right? So we can kind of go back here and really hug that left side of the chute to come through. And we do the same here. We just don't have the same level of control over this one like we do her horse, right? And just a little indecisiveness, right? Just a little bit of experience. And that's not anything against either of these exhibitors, right? Just a little bit of an experience between the two compared to Ariana. It looks like she's been doing this for a long time. Really nice pattern. Yeah, absolutely. She did a great job. Yeah, this little girl's got a future in showing horses for sure. You can tell she puts a lot of time and effort into it. Really works hard. Works with her horse a lot. These are a good little team here. Very nicely done. Awesome. So then we're going to go with Libby second and Sienna third. So it's going to be Ariana, Libby, and Sienna. I just think that Libby handled this a little bit better, right? We ended up recovering just a little bit more. We kind of kept things in motion a little bit better, right? Horse got a little bit sticky right here, but we kind of kept things in motion. Versus the other, we had to kind of slow down, reset. I like that she kind of kept trying for it. And then she got it released right there, got everything lined back up so we could move. Versus this is kind of the make or break deal for both of these patterns. I just think that we got a little bit stuck here. Maybe we pushed our horse a little bit too hard, and then we kind of like right here, and then we have to retrace our steps and try again, right? So that's probably the biggest difference between the two. We end up rolling the log here, right there, rolling it, pushing out of the way. So that's the big difference between the two. between the two patterns. Same horse, right? Maybe sisters. But yeah, awesome job, Ariana. That's a great pattern. You killed it. So let me put that in. Awesome. Very, very nice job, guys. Like I said, I would certainly never be doing a hand trail when I was a tiny tot, so I give you guys a lot of credit. That is not what I was doing when I was a tiny tot. So let's load up the, we have children's in hand trail. Yes. So same pattern here, just with children instead of tiny tots, right? Coming through. 2 more exhibitors in this class. All right, so we're gonna start with Claire S. Oops. Claire S is first. Let me load up my score sheet. Let me close this, hit the wrong button. Here, score sheet. All right, so let's see what she's got. Got a little mini here, turning this pattern through tight. Nice handle through here, nice control. She's keeping up with her really well. I do like that a lot. Yeah, horse and rider are really moving through there smoothly. Very nice. Moves right into that chute. Tough spot for our chute. Like, we're gonna back around here. We don't give ourselves much room. Gonna make this pretty tight corner right here. Does handle it well though. Get this back moving. Do have to cross on the other side of our horse's face for this backup. Would like to see this exhibitor stay on the right side. The horse is left the whole time, right? So we don't get that arm on the other side of her. Tight little logs here. Mini handles it with stride. Comes right through. Doesn't split any. Looks really good. We'll come along. So this is our side pass. Really smooth. Really smooth. Super smooth. Very nicely done. Clean over the bridge. She's headed towards the kind of the middle of that box. Do have a smaller horse here, so it will be a little easier for her to make that corner. Wouldn't mind seeing her hug that other side a little bit if she had a little bigger horse, something to keep in mind. Doesn't really hold that pivot foot. Again, not something super important, but it always adds to the performance, right? So we always want to be able to plus that maneuver. Did a really good job, though, especially keeping up with his little mini legs all the way through that trot. You're very welcome. I can tell. I can tell she works hard. She does a great job, Tricia. So I'm going to big points for this side pass, right? She did a really good job over this side pass. Really like the way she handled that. Super clean through there. Serpentine was good. Easy through the chute. Missed a couple points when we backed the L, right? We do pick up a little penalty there for crossing over the other side. Walk poles were clean. Chute was good. Over the bridge like it was nothing. Box pivot was good. Very, very clean pattern. Nice job, Claire. Let's go to Brooke next. So horse is a little sluggish to trot off here. Wouldn't mind seeing this horse get moving, get it up there before you go forward, right? So that horse, this is a good example of, like we talked about in showmanship, that horse doesn't really care if we're trotting versus it trotting, right? So it doesn't matter if we're trotting, that horse is going to do what it wants to do. So want to make sure that we get this horse moving up with us, keep it comfortable through there, clean into the box, clean into the chute there. Going to back the L. Keep everything moving, looking for this exhibitor to keep everything in motion. We do end up slowing that back end down a little bit, bringing that front end across. That is clean, so we will take it. So now we're gonna go through the walk poles here, moving up. Does have to reach there, and then we do kind of split that next one. Something to keep in mind, so the horse just had to reach for that next set of logs. And we end up splitting. Same thing we saw with the last patterns, where we don't just come through there cleanly. Something to keep in mind is you want to get that horse where its strides are lined up so you can split those evenly, right? 1 foot in each box, moving through that walk pole. So that way we don't end up with 2 feet in one box. So we're going to the side pass here. Not quite the same smoothness that we saw with the little mini. The mini was moving through really nice, really easy. This horse a little bit reluctant to do that, a little bit hesitant. Want to get this horse lightened up in its rib cage here, lightened up in its side so it can move through here easily. And then that's to the right, I believe, the pattern. Doing a side pass left. So a little backward side pass here. We want to go left over those poles. That one's going to be a little bit backwards there. We're side passing right across there, I believe. Camera, I think so. So I want to make sure that we're going left over those. Clean over that bridge. Horse leads us a little bit through this pivot. Doesn't really hold that pivot foot the way I'd want to see. I want to see one really rock over that back end, really work hard. Does get a little bit of bend in its neck, bend in its body there. Do want to see her be able to push that horse all the way through here, right? And really control those shoulders. It kind of leans on her a little bit, leans forward just a little bit here. We kind of see that as we come around here, that horse kind of leading her, right? She's kind of behind the motion here. So I want to see her keep up with this horse and get kind of squared up to him so it's more of a pivot around there, and we work hard over that. So I think Claire did a great job here. We see the difference in the side pass, right? This horse, this little mini moving right across there. I suppose it's the same. Yeah, it's the left. So there we can see that side pass to the left across that. Did call for a side pass left over the poles. So really nice job there. I think it's kind of a weird angle. Let me see. Yeah, horse moving to the right. Yep. So yeah. So I think Claire's gonna be first here. I think she did a great job. I think this pony moved through really nice. She's had a lot of control, a lot of handle on this horse. Brooke, unfortunately, not the same amount of handle. She just got out-horsed in this one. Just needs to work with her horse more, getting it more soft, more supple through there, because this was just super clean, right? You see how just willing, right? We love that. Love to see this efficient across there. Right? This horse step, 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 all the way across there. Really nice job. See how smooth that corner was. Everything's in motion. We even got a 2-beat gait going across here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good, crisp, clean side pass. Both ends moving together. That's what I want to see. Really nice job. Perfect. So we're going to write those down. We'll go with Claire first, Brooks second. Nice job, guys. Perfect. Very good. So that's going to wrap up our youth show, I believe. Let me look. Sick horse horsemanship. One more class. So sick horse. So probably one of my favorite classes, right? We do a lot of horse stuff on the ground here at my channel, right? My training program. We do a lot of stuff on the ground. So I like seeing this stuff. I want to see exhibitors being able to move around these patterns like a horse, right? Be able to control your horse and have some rhythm, have some consistency, have some cadence to it here, right? So let's see what these guys have to do. Let's go with Gage first in the stick horse horsemanship. So he's at a jog here, straight ahead, making his little corner there. Breaks to a walk for a minute. Extended jog looks like around this cone. Back to a slow jog, to a right lead lope. Right leading around here. Good lift out of this outside hind leg. Striding through, full stride. A little bit off balance for his stop, right? He stops on that right front a little bit hard. Would like to see him stop a little bit more square. Oh, Youth Ranch, yes, good call. Did I have any in Youth Ranch? Let me look. I do, I have one in the ranch riding, yep. 2 in the children's, perfect. Thank you so much for reminding me. So we do stop a little bit hard on that right front leg. Wouldn't mind seeing this stick horse stop a little bit more square. Coming through there. Good, good. Let's see what Vinny's got. So Vinny is on Buck the Cow, right? Gage is on Brownie. Vinny's on Buck the Cow. Vinny's ready to go. So So he's going to trot ahead here. Straight ahead, into a circle. Into his right lead, looks like. Almost lost his hat. Checking his horse's ear. Well done, well done. Settles well at the end. Nicely done. Want to see a little bit more definition in our leads here. Kind of hard to tell what lead we're on. We break to a trot at the end. Want to hold that lead all the way to the end, like Gage does here. Gage really holding that lead all the way down that line. A little bit stiff stop, right? Just want to make sure that he gets his legs a little bit straightened up, right? A little stiff in his stop. So I'm not sure, Kirsty, was there a pattern for this, or is this just a fun class? We'll go into the ranch pleasure, and then we'll touch up on the freestyle stick. We'll go from there. So we have ranch riding, children ranch riding, here. Pause this, here, cross. So here's our ranch riding pattern for this show. So we're going to start in the left corner of the arena. We're going to start right here. We're going to go left around the corner of the arena. We're going to start up a trot right through here. We're going to stop, side pass, extend along this side of the arena. So pick up your extension right here. So walking to a trot right here, trot around, extend around here to the center, stop, side pass right, 360 either way, both directions, right? And then walk, take up your trot right here, pick up your lope right here, left lead, extend your lope here, extend all the way back around to the center, change leads, collect up, extend your trot through here, stop and back. So a lot going on in this class. Certainly a fun class. I like the ranch stuff a lot. Have not had the opportunity to show it myself with one of my horses. We do mostly Western Pleasure, but I certainly could get behind this class. So we'll load up our first one. This is Grace with Shotguns Poker. Shotguns Poker Joe. So let me make sure I have this pulled up. Try to get my bearings here where we are videoing versus where we're headed, right? So we're gonna walk around, so we should pick up a jog here, so we can go this way around. So taking up a trot here. Not sure where we're headed here. Which pattern we're doing here, but I suppose we're only one in it, so we can critique it. I like the way this horse lopes, right? Big free lope. Horse head slightly above level for this extended lope here. Coming around to our lead change. Breaking to our jog. Let me make sure where we're at here. Poles? No poles in my pattern. Unfortunately, not sure which pattern this was. I don't see my pattern. I mean, this is novice. Okay, we're good. Yeah, okay. Well, let's rewatch this. Had the wrong one pulled up. I was like, wait a minute. Let me re-show this pattern. It'll be here. There we go. Now we're in the right place. So we're gonna walk forward. Sorry about that. Walk forward around this side of the arena. We're gonna pick up a trot, extend a trot down this line. We're gonna pick up a left lead lope. Around here, stop, 1.5 turn to the right, extended lope around there, break to a working lope, collect up, right lead around, simple change through here, walk over the logs, extended trot around, stop and back. So with that in mind, let's look at this pattern. Sorry about that, guys. We found our mistake. All right, so we're gonna walk forward. We're gonna pick up a trot around this corner here. Once we get down this line, that should be about right here. Nice free walk. Could see a little bit more pace here, a little bit slow for me. Remember, this is a working class, right? So I wanna see a working pace. I do like this trot. This makes more sense. So you can lean up onto that horse for extended trot. I do like the way this horse moves out. Comes up easy into that lope. drives down this line. I love the way this horse lopes, right? Looks easy and free. Would like to see a little bit harder stop right there into a big turn, right? Horse is a great spinner. So it really whips around there. I like seeing that a lot. And that was 1.5 turns. So let's make sure that was, we should be headed straight back down that line. So here's 1 full turn into a half turn, should end up facing this way down that line. We do overspin this, so it should be just 1.5 turns. So we did up with a 3/4 turn, which kind of puts us backwards through this line. So this would be our extended lope to collect up, to a regular lope, to a lead change, back around. So we do get a little tripped up in this pattern with the corrected pattern, down to a walk. Want to drive that lope all the way around to here, right, before we break to a walk over those logs, okay? So make sure that we hold that lope all the way around there to here until we get to those logs. Horse is easy over those logs, takes them in stride, doesn't worry too much about them. Do like seeing that. Picks up her trot, extended trot, to a stop and a back. A little bit of push to that stop. Wouldn't mind seeing this horse get a little bit more bridled up through this, and really through the whole pattern, right? So it's a ranch horse. I don't want to see him straight out, right? They shouldn't be fighting the bridle, but I don't want to see him like over bridle like a horsemanship horse. So somewhere in the middle would be nice, somewhere that horse is kind of sitting in our hands, light contact, or just accepting that a little bit more. Kind of want to see this hand come up a little bit higher, so we get a little bit more contact with that horse, a little bit more engaged through the whole ride. We do end up sliding that hand, kind of riding kind of forward most of the time, kind of wobbling that. Just want to see her be a little bit tighter through everything. I kind of like seeing my free arm a little bit up, personally, just in here, but yeah, and just kind of messed up through that. Did a 1 3/4 turn instead of 1.5 turn. So 1.5 turn would take us up into here. We'd come through, looped around, and then back into this right here. Just got a little tripped up through that. So it'd have been all the way down around the end of the arena, come through here, loop around, change leads here, come back around into our walk coming this way, and then back around where we started. So we should end up stopping back somewhere up here where our spin was. But that's okay. That's okay. The only entry in that class, so Grace is going to win that class by default. But just some things to work on, right? Want to make sure we get that pattern executed properly, so we're not getting a little bit lost through that. Perfect. So then children's ranch riding is next. We have 2 entries in that class. We'll pull that up. So this is going to be this pattern. What are we looking at originally? There we go. Youth ranch riding. Right here. We have Sarah and Jackie in this class. All right. So children's ranch riding, this is one we looked at originally. So we're going to walk around the left corner of the arena, or walk to the left corner of the corner of the arena, pick up our trot, extend our trot alongside the arena, stop, side pass, right, 360 either way, one direction, then the other. Then we'll pick up a walk. We're going to pick up a trot, a couple strides afterwards, come around the middle of this circle right here. We're going to pick up our lope, extend our lope around this corner, back to change leads to a collected lope, and then back around here down to an extended trot, stop, and back. All right, so we'll start with Sarah. All right, so here we're going to walk around this corner. Horse does cut in a little bit, kind of leads with that shoulder. Wouldn't mind seeing that horse just stay all the way around out where she wants him to be. Horse gets his head off to the left a little bit. That's that lean that I was talking about. So would love to see this horse stay just a little bit more between her hands. This is the same horse that we saw in the horsemanship, right, where those reins got a little bit long. They're a touch long here too. Want to see just a little bit more control across there. Really good side pass in this horse. She does get left behind just a touch. Wouldn't mind seeing her keep a little bit more weight in that right stirrup. Going to be hard for her to turn left with that weight over there, right? Or her turn right with that weight over in the left stirrup. So we'll see how he gets through that. He's a little slow through this. See, that's that lean off to the left, right? There she does square up a little bit. That's better. Does get left behind a little bit more right there. We saw her get left behind the horsemanship too, so making sure that she keeps her weight even between those stirrups and moves with her horse, all right? So if you're turning to the right, I want to see you lean over to the right, move with your horse so he comes up under you. Obviously don't want to overturn our horse, but I wouldn't mind seeing her move with him a little bit too. This lope line leaves a little bit to be desired. We kind of, from this viewpoint especially, wouldn't mind seeing this horse push out a little bit. Depends on how much she extends here. Good extension here. I do like the way he lopes here. It is a working class, so that lope is going to be just a touch slow for me. The extension is probably a little closer where I want to see. I feel like this horse gets just a little bit overdone here, loping around, and just kind of ends up laboring a little bit. Would like to see just a little bit freer horse through that lope. Good stop to a good back afterwards. Fine. So, and this is kind of what I was talking about here. From this viewpoint especially, you can really see, like this should be a nice gradual arc across there, nice gradual loop, and you see where we end up just kind of going straight, right? And we're kind of heading over, and then we straighten back out, and then we kind of head over a little bit. We're very straight through there, right? So that's very flat arc, right? I want that to be a pretty nice little arc across there. Nice little loop, easy loop. And I just feel like he's going maybe just a touch too slow through here. You kind of see where he's not really picked a line he's going to lope on. You see his legs kind of flying all over the place. I want this to be working pace, right? You see this horse kind of having to use his neck, use his front end. Wouldn't mind seeing him engage from behind just a little bit more, like we see here for this extended lope. This is probably a little closer to our regular lope that I'd like to see for this kind of class. Just a working pace, right? Nice working pace. I like this pace right here a lot. And see where he just kind of bobbles that, right? Like into this lope right here. He does change leads nice, but then he just kind of falls out of that, gets a little bit lost through that. He's just a touch too slow for me, right? He's just having to work too hard to maintain that speed. And in this class, speed's not a factor, right? So I'd rather have him be out and working and driving through this. But it was a very good stop and a really good back. So let's make some notes here. Make sure I have this. All right, so then we have this one. Jackie Whitler. Beautiful place to ride. I'm jealous. Love the mountains. So we're gonna walk around here. Different style of horse, right? We're on a little bit of an Arab type deal horse. Not our stock horse, so either way, it shouldn't really matter. Does take up a post, does opt to take up a post. It is optional either way. Good extended trot to our stop here. Horse does flip his head a little bit through his side pass, a little bit of resistance right there, but he does move pretty freely afterwards. So he's kind of reluctant to steer. Maybe not quite as finished in the bridle as the other one, or finished off our foot as the other one. Wouldn't mind seeing her wait, just hesitate just a minute, let him settle. But she does move across there nice. I know, right, Sharon? What a beautiful place to ride. That'd be hard to ride every day, wouldn't it? So we're here, gonna pick up this lope. Yeah, so this is a little more working pace. I do like seeing this. Hopefully she trusts this horse enough and he's broke enough to handle extending. Looks like he is. She's covering some ground here. She's ready to check fence on this horse. We do have some friends in the arena. To our lead change. Pretty clean, maybe a little bobble right there. Wouldn't mind seeing it be just a little bit cleaner. To break to extended trot, she does take up her post here again. To a stop and a back, very crisp, right? And we kind of expect this kind of cleanness out of a horse like this. Those Arabs are known for being pretty fast, pretty handy. So I do like seeing that a lot. I would probably prefer to see that more out of this one here. He does get a little bit lost through the reins, lost through the bridle here. Does kind of look off to the side. Would want to see just a little bit more handle in this one. Right there, he gets a little bit lost. We have to make a correction here. Does extend nice though. Do like the way he extends. Wouldn't mind seeing her come out a little bit more to the middle of the arena. I think she stopped just a little bit early there. Side pass is good. Pivot, we kind of run into the same problem as the other horse. We kind of flip our head up, get a little bit lost through there. Gets a little bit left behind. I know, Rachel, I know. I feel the same way. I just think that this lope through here is kind of the make or break for me. This slow lope, I would just like seeing this pace better, right? This is a working class, so I just feel like this pace is a little bit better for us. This horse is a little bit more balanced right here. He's a little bit more round. He's driving a little bit harder. He's ready to do some more stuff. I wish he would have kept this pace through that part and then extended this part out, right? That way we didn't end up with this lope right here, because this, not terribly effective, right? Our horse would get exhausted if he had a lope like that for long periods of time. And this class is about working, right? So I like the fact that she was able to open her horse up, really trust her horse, extend that out there, and maintain control through here. I wish the lead change would have been a little bit cleaner, but I do like the pace that she kept through that, and I do like the extended trot that she did. Horse just looked a little bit easier, right? So the laboring neck for me, I think that causes a lot of problems for a class like this, because it does get a little bit heavy up front. And then given that both of them do a nice stop and a nice backup. My winner for the day is going to have to be Jackie. We're going to go with Jackie and then Sarah. It was pretty close, though. Like, don't let the first second discourage you, right? Because it's pretty close. I just think that working pace, I think I want to see more in a ranch riding class. This just looked a little pleasury for me, right? As a pleasure guy, it's just working a little too hard here, right? That horse would never be able to check any fence at that speed. So maybe this pace right here for your regular lope, and then maybe a little more for your extended, right? This would be a good pace for a regular lope in a ranch style class. So very nice job, guys. Very, very good. All right, so we have just one class left, I believe. We just have the freestyle stick. Not judged. We can just watch. love the horse attached. That's a unique take on a stick horse. Nice little half pass across there. Couple square corners. Good crisp jog, right? Lots of lift. Like seeing that jog. Very, very clean. I think there's music. There is music. I can't play the music though. We'll get silenced on YouTube. Good pivot into a big circle here. Big fast circle. Does take up a right lead, kind of counter canter around here. Right leading around, to a hard turn again. Back to a slow jog. Love the horse. Love the horse. Coming around, nice little serpentine through there. Nice little square corners. That's awesome. Maintaining constant, consistent cadence through all of this. Constant, consistent cadence. That's what I like to see. Want to see that jog stay cadenced up. Love it. Love it. Back to the diagonal line. That's a lot of jogging. That is more jogging than I would do. That's way more jogging than I would do. Favorite part of this pattern definitely have to be this, the big fast circle right through here. I think it was here. Where did it go? Oh, I lost it. The big fast. Workout for the day is right. Love his half pass too. That's awesome. Nice little half pass across there. Good flying lead change. She's got all the elements in there. Love it. Love it. Love it. Very, very good. Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you to our youth exhibitors. I hope that helps. I hope you guys found that useful. You guys did awesome. So many good patterns. So much promise out there, right? Like I remember showing as a youth myself. I always wish that I could get judges' feedback, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We're going to move on this afternoon. Probably take a little 20-minute break here. We'll give my phone a break, give it a little bit of rest. We'll move into the amateur stuff. We'll do a couple hours of the amateur, and then I've got the vet coming, so I'll have to go to my barn this evening. But we probably will have to go live tonight after I'm done at the barn. Might be kind of late. If you guys can't catch it live, that's fine. But I've got a busy day scheduled for tomorrow. Obviously, this is our first time ever judging the class live and giving feedback, so we don't know how long it's going to take. So we have quite a few entries to go over for the amateur or the senior and the open part. So that's going to take a little while. So I want to get as much done as I can. May have to go live again tomorrow night to get through all these. We'll see how it goes, or we can postpone it to Friday or something. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. But yeah, we didn't know how long this was going to take, and we want to give everybody as much feedback as we can. So we're going to move into the novice, senior, and open tomorrow. or tonight, this afternoon. Let me try that again. We're going to move into the novice, senior, and open this afternoon. We're going to take a 20-minute break. We'll come back at 3 o'clock Eastern time. We'll go until probably 5:30. We'll do as much as we can, and then we'll move into, I got to go to my barn and ride for a little bit. I'll come back this evening. And then, like I said, if you can't catch it live, you certainly can catch the comments afterwards. The video gets uploaded afterwards, and we can go from there. If not, we'll go into the wee hours of the morning if we have to, doing as much as we can today because I have a busy schedule tomorrow. So you've got me for the day. I'll be back in 20 minutes. We're going to give my phone a break, make sure the stream is up to date. We'll stop this stream and then restart it in 20 minutes, and we'll start with the amateur portion of the show. Awesome. Thank you so much to all of our youth exhibitors. Thank you for supporting the Show Your Heart Out series. This show is a lot of fun. I'm honored to be able to be your judge, give you guys my feedback. And again, it's just one person's opinion, right? You don't have to take it. If you don't like it, I'm just trying to help everybody, give everybody the best shot that they can give, make everybody better through this whole deal, and just encourage people to come out there and keep working with their horse, right? It's all about spending time with your horse, becoming a good team. So awesome. Thank you so much, youth guys. We'll see you in 20 minutes for the amateur and senior stuff. Perfect. See you guys.